Okay, and I think... Are we live now? Are we live? We are live! Woohoo! In that
Hey!
case,
All
welcome to
right.
the V4H. We are at Spa Francorchamps. It is a beautiful day in the Belgian mountains.
Yeah, quite lovely.
And yeah, it is beautiful. And we're already in the qualifying session.
Yeah.
All right, so we are here with, well, the tracc.eu V4H. This is the fourth round, I believe, this year. Although we have been through different um, iterations, let's just say, of how to host events. Now we're hosting it on our own for the first time, and it looks lovely so far. We have more competitors than last time around at Kota.
18 teams. That's more than I've seen before in one of our four-hour events. Except for maybe or Monza.
Yeah, I think there were more teams at Monza. Yeah, there were about 20, something like that. However, there's quite a few teams, new teams racing today after not having participated so far because we're now for the first time on SimGrid. A few bunch of new teams found us, and it's well, there are a bunch of fast drivers out there on the track right now, right?
Yep. And a couple solo drivers too, because we've opened that up to them. So now some folks are going to be doing that full 4-hour sprint all on their own lonesome.
Exactly. There are a few solo drivers. We opened up the new split because until right now there was the until previously there was the setting that there could only be two driver teams participating.
Yeah, it was
How?
one of the limitations of SimGP, I think.
No, it was just something that we made up ourselves because we wanted two driver teams to participate in it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, now that has changed and we're back at it. We're in Spa Francorchamps, as I said already. Daryl Young seems to be first placed at the moment, driving for... What was that? What was the team name again for them? Or was it Wild Things Racing?
Believe so.
Let's actually check it real quick. Ah, let's go. I cannot
Ooh.
see it. Oh, that was a crash there from
Ooh.
Polo Kai.
Ah,
That
the
looked...
Marlborough.
The Marlborough. Exactly.
I, as an enjoyer of cheeky car liveries, I respect that one. And meanwhile, we've got Albert and the Pan and Formula Red Bull, the classic white and purple. That has been a fierce contender in the Track GT Cup. So it'll be nice to see how he does with the 4-hour setting.
Yeah, he's racing together with Seong KP, our resident South Korean driver. So it might be a bit dangerous in terms of ping. However, let's not hope for the worst there.
Yeah, no, it's I mean that's just kind of how it goes when you have sim racing. You're just gonna see, your little leg spikes, your packet drops. It's just something to kind of have to factor in a general race environment. Ooh, of course you're getting a little bit of slip angle there. Always fun to see. Ooh, it looks like they caught the tail just caught the little bit of the bit of a wall there. It seemed. Oh, yep, that transition just kind of lost the grip.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the most dangerous places on the entire track. Going up Eau Rouge Radignon, that is going to be crash heaven. Hopefully not, but it is always when the people push that there's going to be a lot of invalid laps there and maybe even crashes. It's a very dangerous sector. It's a very high-paced sector. So yeah.
Yeah, I have not raced Spa in ACC, although in iRacing with the GT3s, that part feels like you can take it flat, and some people might be able to, maybe, but it will also absolutely murder you if you take it wrong.
Is absolutely the case. It can absolutely be the case. There are some very quick drivers here that can um, that can work against it. However, you have to be really experienced. Here's Daryl Young for Wild Things Racing, showing rather much pace today.
Yeah, he's doing he's going pretty quick. I do not have the times up on my screen. Give me a moment to see if I can fix that.
Also, real quick, Mentrix, look at the chat. So yeah, until then, Daryl Young in P1 right now, looking good with a... What was that? That was a 216.2. Is currently 4 tenths ahead of Daniel Hearn with a 216.6. And then we have Chan also with a 216.9, the last person in the 216s.
Yeah, good to see. That's actually, those are some fast times. Looks like David Young is, or Daryl Young is going to be resetting to pits. And now with about 2 minutes left in the qualifying session, we've got drivers are going to be able to do maybe 1 to 2 more laps. So they might be trying to take some fresh tires maybe, or just kind of getting that reset taken care of so they can give it that final push. This being a 4-hour race, initial qualifying position is nice, but it's such a long event that you can make up for a sloppy qualifying run once you start to get into the rhythm of the overall race. You get settled in, nice and comfy.
You're getting settled in. That is exactly the name of the game right now. Everyone needs to find their pace and find where they can, well, where they can find themselves basically on the grid afterwards. It's quite surprising to me, quite honestly, to see Alex Kurter only being down in 6th position, the number 20 for Wild Things Racing X EAB Racing, I think it was. Only
Yeah.
1.8 seconds down in qualifying with a 218. However, he is driving the BMW, and well, there's still a lap to go. There's still a bit of time to be saved.
Yep.
How Chan looks right now, like he is saving a bit of time.
And meanwhile, Reska Kyoso has jumped up a few positions into 4th.
Oh yeah. That is nice. Reska is, of course, he's driving 2 races today, 2 endurance races. He's driving the 4 hours here, and as well the Petit Le Mans on iRacing.
Ah, that's oof. That's a long day of driving. as the qualifying session wraps up, we go into that nice medium, let everyone get off track, finish up their laps if they're on one. And then we can move on to the main event.
There's still a few people trying to better their times. However, there's not many green times currently at the board. We have Julian Metzner in 12th position, who is about to improve themselves, maybe going up a position in front of Tsatsura. But unfortunately invalidated and now enters the pits.
Mm-hmm. Is that an... That almost reminds... That fellow's livery almost reminded me of some of the older Alpine ones.
The older Alpine, okay.
Yeah, like the 80s, I think it was for the... I mainly think of Rally when I think of them, but the old A310 had a blue... A very similar shade of blue with the black and white stripes that kind of formed almost like a Renault badge. A similar geometry going on, but it might not be a direct inspiration.
Okay. Yeah, this seems like these are the final times. We have Daryl Young on pole position for the team Wild Things Racing in front of Hearn and Brown for Own It. So that is an interesting first row. First row, that's the word.
Yeah. Be curious to see how it shapes out. I mean, meanwhile, we've got a pretty solid assortment of 217s into 18s for a lot of the grid, so we might get to see some pretty close racing.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There are a few drivers or teams that have the same pace in order to fight for the win. Basically, here, interestingly, the three McLarens at the top. That's basically them that have the biggest chance of winning here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that new McLaren is it's a quick one.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see. We've got a couple McLarens, Ferrari, BMW, Audi, Vantage. Oh, there is a wonderful person running a Lexus this race. I am satisfied.
Yeah, someone is really brave for trying to go with the Lexus this time around.
I mean, it's a fun car to drive. It's Kunos has neglected it a little bit as of late, but it's it's workable.
I'm quickly trying to figure something out. We have a slight technical problem here. Something is not showing on the HUD. And weirdly, the button that I use to make it show does not work for our broadcaster today.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, I know.
Um,
Out of interest, dear broadcaster, Mentrix, have you alt tapped into the game when you press the button? Okay. Try insert. Inf- there are a bunch of. Let's just go through the buttons real quick. There we go. We've got the split
Hey, now we
times.
can see it. All right.
Yay! All right, lovely. Now we can even watch the times. Great.
Oh, perfect. Lovely. It's it's a classic troubleshooting moment.
But now we have figured it out, and now everything should be okay. Now we're just waiting for the server to switch into maximum overdrive, which is the race session, I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's an endurance race, so they're going to be going like moderate overdrive for most of it, but maybe at the start you might get to see a little.
Ah, there we go.
And
We have switched to the starting grid now. It is a full formation lap, so everyone can warm their tires enough before starting their first time up Eau Rouge and Oradillon, which will be a challenge.
oh yeah, they definitely want to take that formation lap, get the tires warmed, get the brakes warm as well, because depending on which pads they're using, uh, cold brakes on Spa can be a little sketchy. Well,
That is correct.
it does flow fast, but you gotta slow down at some points.
Yeah, slowing down. Well, there's a certain saying in the German language, roughly translated, it means "who breaks loses."
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm a bit more rally oriented as of late, so I tend to go. He who if you wish to finish first, you must first finish.
That is fair enough. This is a 4-hour race. Things can go bad, for
Yeah,
lack of a safe for work term, a better one.
it can get a
um,
little spicy.
yeah, a little spicy. That is also a way to say it, and I'm not sure we're going to see 18 finishes today. To be quite honest, it, there can always be so many things happening in endurance events, like mechanical failures. I mean, they are not necessarily modeled into ACC. However, there could, I once had a real life mechanical failure. Like my brake paddles started moving away. They were not as fixed to my sim rig anymore. So that was a real life mechanical failure, and I had to DNF the race after that.
I actually had the same thing happen to me once. My old oh, looks like the formation lap is starting. Yeah, I had a
Yeah, the
similar thing happen. The my sim rig fell apart during the 4 hours of Monza.
ay, 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 ay. Yeah, that is always something that can happen. IRL problems, even though we are esports oriented here. So let's quickly go through the sections of the track before we start the race. We went up Rouge and Radio already. We are now going across the Camel Strait, which is quite a long and high speed section. You typically want to brake for it. There is at the end of it, there's a curbage on the left hand side. People are coming up to it now, and about at the beginning of the curbage, you want to be fully on the brakes. There we go. That's the red and yellow. Now we're coming into Lacombe, which is the chicane, and afterwards we have. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. It's French, so I now don't speak French, but we're going through Malmedy right now, or Malmed, or however that is pronounced. I'm sorry, French people. But next we're going through the hairpin, and this is my favorite part of the track. This hairpin is my favorite corner of the track. Bruxelles.
Really?
I don't know why it is my favorite corner. It is weirdly unique, despite the fact it's only a hairpin.
Huh.
Next up, we're going through Speaker's Corner right now, also called Checky X Corner by some Nowadays, there's a shortcut version there which motorcycles use, and now we're going through the double left-hander, which apparently, according to racingcircus.info, is called double gauche at the moment. Of course, Spa is one of these tracks that change their corner names like every 2 years if they feel it's the thing to do.
I mean, I suppose as the track evolves.
As the track, well, not many parts of the track have evolved in the last loads of years.
I suppose you could rename the corner types based on how much rubber is laid on the track at any given moment.
Fair enough. So now we're going through Le Fonnier. I think that's how you pronounce it.
You're doing a better job than I would.
Now we're going through Campus. That's one that we can pronounce. And next we're coming into Stavolo. This is a very important corner because it leads you onto the back straight, which apparently is called Cour Paul Frère. But yeah, we're gonna not say that probably. This is just this is just a long back section, a bit of snaking through the Belgian forests. We're coming up to a very quick left-hander that should be flat out in most cars called Blanchiment.
Yep. This is actually my favorite part of the track. This very high speed, very high flowing. Once you get into a rhythm, it just feels good to go through.
Yeah, I mean that is true. I mean, it is also the best overtaking opportunity I think on the track. Well, the Camel Straight as well as through Blanchiment here into the bus stop chicane are the best overtaking opportunities as I see it. Maybe La Source as well, which is T1.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they are lining up dual file. We are starting in a few Are we starting? No, we're starting after La Source, I think. This is the finish line they're crossing now, and the start line is in the old pit section. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see any of the confusion of folks going into the wrong pit section, but...
Yeah, no, we have the combined pit section here, which means a pit stop is very long.
Oh, ooh, yeah, that will make things interesting for pit strategies.
It will, definitely. However, everyone is now lining up. 2 people forgot to press drive, it seems, or got teleported back into the pits. They have to start from the pits. P17 and 18. However, who will get the better run, Daryl Young or Daniel Hearn? We are green, and going racing up into Rouge and Radio already. It looks like Daryl Young has the edge ahead of Daniel Hearn.
Yep, Young was able to get that quick push at the start. And already we've got, looks like Palukai in the Marlboro, and another driver have gotten into it coming up the hill.
Just got a bit too close for comfort there, going up Radillon.
Yeah, I mean, it's that start of the race. You've got everyone kind of bunched up together, as well as cold tires and brakes. It's not a pleasant mix at the start.
Definitely not at the start. However, everyone will quickly figure out where they are supposed to be on the grid as the Priscilla goes through on Kilanpa. Kilanpa, one of our solo drivers today. Oh no, that was last. The Petrillo going through on last there, right. Kilanpa is still one ahead. But yeah, we have Poon as well, who unfortunately seems to have been out of grid position at the start, now has to do a drive-through. And that is, as I said, very punishing on Spa-Francorchamps as we are driving the full layout with both pits.
Yeah, that might put him a full lap down by the time he gets out, depending on how fast some of the drivers are. It looks like he's making a decent run of it. Well, he can, though. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Night Last following behind. Ooh. Psych Purse. It's like the
Well,
main crowd is going through that chicane.
yeah, it seems to be there's after this first lap, it seems to be there's like 4 cars that are battling for this in the second group here. Maybe there's a first group, it seems, and then a bit after that is Daniel Joseph being followed by Alex Curto up and down to Millet in the Lamborghini.
Ooh.
So let's see them take full on or flat out. That was close to for track limits. Let's actually see. It looks like Alex Curto invalidated his lap this time around. Albert Jersch, however, not. But in front, it looks like Alex Curto is fighting, and there's a yellow flag. Julian Metzner has spun. One of our
With
solo drivers today.
And Tatsura just dodged that.
Let's see. Oh, taking a bit too
Yep.
much curb on the inside there.
Yeah, those curbs are fickle. Now, luckily, it looks like he avoided any major contact, so won't be dealing with any car damage. Just a little bit rattled, possibly.
Yeah, but further up ahead we have Alex Curto, Daniel Joseph, Albert Jersch, and Millet fighting. Millet just looking at it from the background. However, Alex Curto and Daniel Joseph have traded positions up at the top of the hill. Now, Alex Curto, the way I know him, I have raced with him. He's quick, and he doesn't like to lose. So,
Yep.
he's going to fight for this position. Poon, in the meanwhile, getting a bit off track there. Losing it a bit through double gauche. Oh!
Yep, just a little bit that early race instability happening. Looks like he just kissed the wall. Doesn't look like he has any major damage. Possibly some aero, but might also be fine. And that's kind of the thing with endurance racing. You can, when you get that minor clip, you want to avoid kind of getting too flustered by it. Otherwise, you get a bit of a cascade of failure going on. So there's that mental game to it as well. It's like we've got another close crowd starting to form between 10th and 12th. Looks to be Castanos, Clampa, and possibly last. Hoping to kind of form a little battle of their own.
Poon now taking the drive-through.
Yep, getting it out of the way as soon as possible. And Polukai and DiPetrillo trio looks like they're going to be going side by side up through here. Either driver looking to make something stick. Ooh, a little bit of contact. It's going to send Kai into a little bit off track. Yeah, I mean, going side by side through a technical section, it's something you can expect to happen. It looks like Petrillo had some trouble of their own.
Oh, just a bit of
Ooh.
touching.
Yep, and at that spot that's going to unbalance a car very quickly. You get that left corner hit, you're gonna have a bad time. Meanwhile, Last and Clampa going at it as well. It's like they're both trying to get as much of that track as possible, trying to get some sort of edge. It's like Clampa going for the move on the inside. gonna let it go for now, where you can get properly side by side going into a turn.
Oh, but there's the
Like
switch back
that.
here.
Just
That's
like
a
that.
nice move. That is a nice move there. Knight last.
Very well done.
Taking the position. Looks like a yellow flag for Polo Kai again.
Yeah, he might be having some trouble with the, yeah. Although, if he's pitting already, it might have been some damage as well.
The car
Possibly
looks
after that
damaged.
incident. Yep.
Let's see the Lexus for a bit.
Yes. I mean, it's going to have that straight line speed in the back half of the course. So that is definitely something it has going for it. The other fun part is going to be reeling that thing in
Ooh,
through the rest of the
wide
track. Case in point, she's a heavy, it's a heavy car. Maybe not numerically, but definitely in the way it feels.
Oh, and Metzner losing it again.
Getting a little sideways going into pit. Meanwhile, it looks like our group of four has spread out a little bit. Looking at the time board, Rescioso up 7 seconds, or 7 seconds behind the top three. With Joseph falling back about a second, Kurto about 2 3/4 of a second, with Milare and George about 3/4 of a second behind, respectively.
Yeah, there was some good battles, and I think they're still close to each other. This, P6 till P8, so they are fighting.
Indeed. Oh, that's that slow, drawn-out endurance type, where you're kind of sticking tight, making sure, kind of getting a feel for where they're fast, where you're fast, and where you can capitalize on that.
What's interesting about this battle is so far, it seems like Albajush has lost out the most so far. He was further towards the front at some point, but is now at the back of this group of three drivers, where, of course, Daniel Joseph has now completely lost them and is catching up to Rescioso.
Yeah, it might be a setup thing. It might just be one of those days.
Maybe he's just more comfortable right now being in the back, looking at the lines that the people in front are taking. Maybe he just felt that he cannot take the pace at the moment, or does not want to take the pace at the moment. Of course, a big thing that people need to realize today is that tire wear is something very important. You cannot wear out your tires immediately. And someone spun there, I think. That was Katsanos.
Ooh. Is that a full turnaround or just... ooh, well, let's see.
Oh, just a bit too late there. And trying to get it stopped last second. I love the livery, though. What is that? It's just...
Oh, it's like... Oh, it's a very, kind of reminds me of gift wrap.
It sort of is, isn't it? Sort of sticker bomby.
Yeah, just a bit. Quite nice. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, lovely, lovely. JP Motorsports, like the livery.
Very creative.
Further up ahead, Miller is still looking at Kurtz. I mean, the BMW. Just look at it in front of the Lamborghini. It's punching such a big hole into the air. I think Miller will be happy just sitting back there right now.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe the BMW does look better from the back than the front. It doesn't have that kind of hog nose thing going on.
Yeah, the front is pretty much the thing that divides the people, isn't it? About the new BMWs.
Yeah. I'm on the not the biggest fan side of it.
but I'm not sure right now. The front of that BMW is so black. Is that
Yeah,
even
it
the
kind of hides it.
M4? Well, what did happen here? Are losing it a bit out of Bruxelles? Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Oh,
Ooh!
okay. Hold on, though.
Oh,
You
that
can.
was amazing.
That is a very stylish recovery.
Brother, yes, they're driving the M4. They're just hiding the front with the livery. Interesting, interesting move. By Wild Things Racing, XEAB Racing, where of course Alex Curto is currently doing the first stint, and then at some point Ekim Ali Boran Shensoy will take over the wheel. But yeah, it looks like it's interesting. We're over 10 minutes in, and the front has not opened up as much as it could have. There's 2 seconds between the two leaders right now, or is it? It's 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 3 seconds now.
Yep. And meanwhile, especially with the midfield and some of the cars behind shuffling as much as they have, while still kind of keeping pretty close.
I'm telling you, it's gonna come down in the front to strategies in the end. There is a stint timer activated, which means that you have to pit after a maximum of 70 minutes. This is just in order to enable everyone to just force everyone to have to do 3 pit stops during the entire race. There are some cars that with a bit of fuel management could do a 2-stop in a 4-hour race.
We actually had that happen. Don't know if it was the last 4-hour. It was the last one I was commentating in.
Yeah, I
made
think
for
it
a
was.
very close run at the end, though.
Yeah, I think it was the last one at Kota. Yes.
Yes, it was.
However, yeah, we don't want that to happen, so we changed it a bit. This time, you have to do 3 stops. I think there was a Porsche back then that did it, right?
Yep.
Right on cue, we're up with Knight last here, going over the sausage curbs behind La Source, catching up to the Nissan. The Nissan! Top 10 right now for the
someone's running
Nissan!
Godzilla. All right.
Yes! And they even have the Godzilla livery.
Oh, even better. You love to see it.
Yeah, but it looks like there's a train of 3 cars right now behind the Nissan. Is this because the Nissan is so slow? There's a blue flag
Godzilla
already?
versus the world right now.
It seems like it. The Porsche going a bit wide there, not managing to get a better line through the top of the hill corners at the chicane. Going down to Bruxelles now. Looks like the McLaren of Tsatsura right behind last is restless.
Yep. Oh, and then there's 2 McLarens on him right now. Oh, wait, no, I stand corrected. Is that a blue flag, or is that someone who's been blue flagged?
I think the 4th car in this group is a blue flag car. And the Nissan is white!
Ooh. Yeah, that's going to let the train by.
David Santos going wide and double gauche, of course. Now having that passed both Last and Tsatsura, who are still fighting for position right very closely right now. And Julian Metzner is right in the middle of it as a back marker, having had a bit of trouble in the early stages of the race so far.
Yep, and that'll pile a little bit of extra stress on, because it's not the best feeling not the best feeling getting that kind of pressure where you know that they might be coming up faster, or when you have to let a car that you've got a faster overall pace by.
But Julian Metzner, I mean, he's one of our solo drivers today, so this is going to be a challenging 4 hours in any case. Doesn't matter how hard he pushes now. and how annoying it might be that he cannot really or shouldn't really interfere in this battle right in front.
Yep. So, I mean, his best move right now is just to kind of enjoy the show.
Enjoy the show. Oh, as both of them
And speaking of
take
which,
one wrong. But this has allowed Tatsuro through on last. I mean, that was a bit of an off-track overtake, but both of them were off-track.
that'll be an interesting one to look at. I mean, it's looks like something that just kind of happened. Ooh, and Nick Poon going a little bit, well, a lot bit sideways now.
Well, that is in the back straight, is it not? Yes, leading up to Blanchiment.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah,
tried
that's
to
one of the
save
risky
it,
parts.
but nah.
Couldn't quite make it happen.
Mm. As we see Night Last, getting a bit, the back of that Porsche is getting a bit unruly at times, or at least it looks like that from these camera angles. Anyways, there's a right behind, is that Metzner? I think that is Metzner right behind now, really piling the pressure. And he's going for it. He wants to go for it. Of course, he is allowed to overtake. He is allowed to unlap himself if he can prove that he is really the quicker driver of these two. There is no problem with unlapping yourself if you don't hold up the other person too much. Or the other car, that is. But it looks like on this straight, it looks like there's a pace advantage on the Porsche. However, through Blanchiment, gaining a bit there. Metzner losing the Porsche. But the real test for him will be whether he can catch up to Tatsuro and that McLaren. Because it looks like the red McLaren is gone at this moment, at this stage in time. Julian Metzner with the Ferrari, with the relatively new car. It just came out recently. But Alex Curto is in front now, having caught up to Daniel Joseph, it seems. Wow. Daniel Joseph, who earlier tried to get away from the group behind. Oh, as Night Last takes a Radinho very skew. Going up. Oh, yeah, completely over the curbs, completely unsettled. And those walls hurt. That is a very damaged Porsche 992 if I've ever seen one. Back to Alex Kurtz at the front, who's catching Daniel Joseph. Wild Things X EAB Racing against Techno Burst MSRL. Daniel Joseph, of course, driving with Psycho Kaiser for the team in front in the Audi, which is, I have to say, driving the Audi around Spa is brave. I think that's one of the most brave things you can do, because I don't know which Audi it was. I think it was the Evo 1. It really had troubles taking that. Really had troubles with that. Top of the hill to Radinho, taking that, not getting unsettled there. You really had to do some setup work there. But yeah, as they go up again through the fast-paced uphill section, we see the Nissan, the Godzilla. We had a quick glimpse there. What happened? Was there a bit of a yellow flag? Losing a bit in the bus-stop chicane there. Alex Curto, though, is piling on the pressure on Daniel Joseph as his night lasts on David Santos. The Porsche is trying to go past the Nissan on the straight. And it looks like he can do it. The Porsche is through. The Porsche is through at the top of the hill. Alex Curtin now piling on the pressure again, or still on Daniel Joseph. And back there we see Bryce Malaire and Albert George just looking at this battle. And Reska Kios is right in front of this, trying to get away. However, what happened here? Di Petrillo looks like gone a bit wide. Take a look at the replay. Ay, ay, ay. That is... That's a bit unfortunate. They're getting a bit loose. Alex Curtin in the meanwhile. Holy moly. He's looking at the back of that Audi. Showing himself in the mirrors. Getting really close. The Constantina effect is really aggressively showing now. Alex Curtin now in the straight, side by side with the Audi into the corner, into the chicane at the top of the hill, and he makes it through. Very well done. Nice overtake by Alex Curtin. Wild Things Racing now in P5. Daniel Joseph is now on the hunt. Can he keep up with Alex Curtin, or is Curtin going to just drive off into the sunset now? The next target for Curto would be Reska Chioso. Reska Chioso, who is obviously racing 2 races today. Racing this, probably doing the first 2 stints, and then later in the day racing in the Petit Le Mans on iRacing. So that is a very skilled driver, being able to drive several games, also very enduring. I mean, I wouldn't be able to drive that much in a single day, but yeah. But it looked as if Alex Curto could not really lose Daniel Joseph at the moment. They seem to be similarly paced. Out of slow corners, it is when Curto gains a bit of time, it seems, right now. Let's see if the aero is enough. Obviously, it's a bit dangerous going up that hill when you're in the slipstream of someone else. It's dirty air. You don't have the same downforces when you're driving alone. So it could be a very challenging to make that stick. Make the move up the mountain stick. Daniel Joseph there, managing it nicely. Curto is 1.7 seconds thereabouts, between 1.5 and 1.7 seconds behind Reska Chioso at the moment. Chioso, of course, in that 4th position. And 17 seconds behind P3 at this moment. That's a bit Bit of a large gap. However, they might just have different strategies. But Alex Curtis is now looking. And last, there was a bit of a yellow flag. The last going rather slow, and it seems like the Godzilla is going through again. Just braking a bit too late there for the section at the top of the hill for Lecombe. Letting the Nissan pass again, and last is still on the back of Santos. Well, obviously, he wants to stay ahead. He wants to stay ahead of the Godzilla, the Nissan. Arena has to overtake him once again, as he already did, like, I think twice this race already. So, including the mistakes that Lars is doing, they seem to be quite similarly paced, the Nissan and the Porsche. Sorry. I should be able to pronounce it as someone whose native language is German. However, I don't know. I just get taken in by the English language. Last time seems to lose a bit of ground now. Oh, gaining much into the bus stop chicane. Holy, that seemed very close there between the front of the Porsche and the back of the Nissan. But lap for lap there, completing without any problem. Well, mostly without problems. Last seems to be overdriving his Porsche from time to time. Don't know if that is the case, why they have a bit of trouble keeping it in front of the Nissan. But yeah, now just losing a bit of ground up the hill. Seems to be a very good drive so far by David Santos. Of course, he is partnered by one of our resident VTubers here, Cody Lionheart. Oh, as the Porsche gets a bit unsettled there in the hands of Lars. And I think you might be interested to hear that. Oh my god, what was that? That was a bit of a slide across the curbs there from Lars. Holy mackerel. He's really trying to get the maximum out of that car. As Bryce Miller has now caught up to Daniel Joseph. This is not looking good for the MSRL driver. Losing a bit of ground to Curto. Oh, and Bryce Miller is going for it into La Source. He has the inside, but the drive is on Daniel Joseph's side, who is going to have the upper hand into the corners. The corners. It looks like Daniel Joseph has the upper hand, although taking it a bit tight there through Eau Rouge and Radillon. Bryce Miller trying again at the end of the Camel Straight. Oh, that is not enough. That is not close enough for a move. He went for it, however. Stewart's not going to like that. Bryce Miller touching with Daniel Joseph there. Both of them seem to have lost the position there to Albert George, and Bryce Miller even losing a position to Kalampa. Yeah, Albert George now up into P6 due to that mishap that just happened. So far it has been just over half an hour these people have been racing. few drivers have had problems in the start. Bryce Miller now on the back of Kalumpa. Really trying to get that position back. Oh, and Kalumpa goes a bit wide. Bryce Miller going on the inside. Oh, made the Lamborghini very wide there. Taking the position back from the number 5 McLaren. Oh, going very aggressive through Blanchimont as well. Really trying to catch up.
Yeah, he is using as much of that track as he's able to.
A bit too much there.
Yeah, got a little hairy, little hairy.
Yeah, interestingly, Bryce Miller, after that mishap we saw a few corners ago, back into P8 now, and, well, will try his best probably to catch up to Daniel Joseph, who is currently in P7.
As he comes up through the spicy hill.
The spicy hill. Let's go.
I have to say, the design of the Lamborghini has grown on me with that new version. I think it's the hood scoop. Kind of reminds me of the second gen NSX. Or maybe it was the Type R version. Or the Type R version, specifically.
You're talking of cars that I do not know.
Oh.
I think second gen NSX is something rather old, is it not?
Yeah, early 2000s. It's honestly mainly the hood scoop. The rest of it looks very different. But we're going to see his ability to fight off that McLaren, who's now only 3/4 of a second down. Looks like he's going to be coming back for more, as he has not given up on that fight yet. Especially with that Lamborghini going as wide as he is in a few places. Although that might be part of the scheme. Again, using as much track as possible, you can take it a little bit faster and get that little bit of time extra. Compared to someone who's driving a bit more conservatively. Ooh, meanwhile, Night Last getting a lot bit sideways. They're going to catch the wall with their rear end. Try and get that corrected. Porsche notorious for burning tires, and that rear engine, that weight transfer is just, it can get you when you least need it to. So, not a good thing to see, but it's like he's going to be working his way back on the track. Looks like another car coming up. He's going to let them by. I'm looking at the little mini-map at this point. Oh, yep. He's going to get out of the way just in time. Let that driver through before he gets back on the track and continues on his way.
Fortunately, I've got technical issues. It seems like there's something wrong with the server, and, well, driver times have been set up incorrectly, it seems. However, we're going to see if that affects anything. So far, it hasn't affected anything. It's not lost trying to carry the Porsche back to the pits, it seems, after some heavy damage.
Yeah, he had the Porsche moment going through and caught that rear end, so his aero's going to be hurting.
But he's continuing, not pitting. Interesting.
Okay. Interesting to see. You know, Alex Curto working to kind of maintain the space that he has right now. He's only a second and a half down from Resca Kioso. Looks like he's gonna try and reel him in as best he can.
He has been keeping a steady distance there to Rescue for the last 15 minutes.
Oh boy.
I don't know if Kurto can go quicker than he's currently showing, but it seems like he doesn't. Either that or he doesn't want to take the position right at this moment.
Yeah. Might be going for a tire saving slash just kind of save that energy for when you need it mentality. Meanwhile, I just see just a hint of George in the back. Just hovering behind him, waiting.
Now, I think to be quite honestly, George is struggling to keep up the pace with these two.
Yeah, it might be a setup thing. It could also just be that early stint. Or, well, that first stint mode. Hard to say.
We could already be at the time, by the way, where the first tire drops are starting to show. So people should, if they went for a rather high pace, they should have trouble starting pretty much now with their tires. Let's see if times
this is when it's
dropped
going to rear
off.
its head.
It seems like times are dropping off a bit already. We're looking at Alex Kurter right now. His best lap was a 2:19.2. Last time around he did a 2:19.9. So your tires are a bit dropping off already. Nick Poon there.
Yeah, looks
Seemingly
like
having
he's...
lost it. Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Interesting camera work there by our on-track cameraman.
I mean, it could have been... It looked like it happened in one of those spots where it's not quite caught by the fixed cam super easily.
I was more talking about the fact that it seemed to go into the ground almost. Before
Ah.
stopping right above the ground.
The Kunos cameraman moment.
Yeah. Nobody was expected to be so long in camera corner.
Nope. And there's a lot of stuff you have to account for when making camera setups. It's probably more art than science, honestly. Like,
Yeah. Art. Mm-hmm. Might be insulting to the artist community. However, what is not insulting to the artist community is this lovely livery we're looking at right now. I love the color scheme of the Wild Things Racing.
it does. The pink pops very nicely on that, like, it's not quite matte, but it's not quite gloss. Kind of like I think satin's the word.
Yeah, satin. Yeah.
And it just looks nice. And they didn't go too crazy with it. Just enough to make it stand out.
Yeah. Don't go overboard with your liveries. Well,
I go overboard with my liveries.
well, fair enough. Some people do go overboard, apparently. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But sometimes simplicity is just the key.
Yep.
And it looks like the simplicity of Alex Curto is paying off a bit. He's now within a second of Rescue, as well as Kilampa, who is now within a second of Bryce Miller. So Kilampa is gaining a bit of pace now, as well.
I think he might have seen what the Lamborghini's doing with his lines and starting to copy it a little bit. Because that Lamborghini's taken a lot of track. Or they reeled in the amount of track they were taking, and hard to say.
Yeah. Both of these cars are mid-engined, of course, so they can take somewhat similar lines.
Hmm.
Obviously, they have different drivetrains, and loads about them is different. However, the engine configuration is something very important when choosing your lines, because obviously it dictates where the most weight of the car is, because the engine is pretty much most weight of these racing cars.
Yep. I mean, mid-engine strikes that nice. I mean, there's only one rear engine, which is the Porsche, but mid-engines tend to be a little bit more nimble at the cost of uh, higher risk of instability. Mostly. There's some exceptions to it.
Oh my damn, Alex Curter getting rather close for comfort there with Rescue Kyoto.
Yeah, it looks like looking at the. Yep. That might also be a tire difference showing. Hard to say. Although
Well,
neither of them were pushing too crazy.
now they're both in the 219s recently, so yeah. Klemper is also running around 219 pace, while Millet is high 219 as well. So rather good pace at the in the top 10 we have here.
Yeah, nice and close. I mean, you've got two. I mean, we're 45 minutes in, and we still have two cars, or well, two sets of cars within a second of each other. Yeah, that McLaren taking as much road as it can,
Oh yeah.
and that is going to put the. It's gonna buy him a 10th here and there.
Klemper is one of our solo drivers, as I've said already, also one of our wildcard teams. But seems like Klemper is only entering this race of the V4H, but really showing what he can do against Bryce Miller here. Now really close to the Lamborghini, and now within slipstream range, coming up to the Camel Straight. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, that slipstream's gonna make a difference. I mean, you could see it as soon as he got within that like half-second mark. He just shot right up to the quarter second, and it's just gonna be finding the spot.
It looks like he's finding the spot. Bryce Miller going to the inside to defend. Klaus Kalampa taking the outside line, not able to keep it out around the outside there. This is a difficult spot to overtake. Like, if you just go for the inside line, then you're pretty much safe. But Santos losing. Oh no!
Ooh, that almost got ugly.
But he managed to do the J-turn.
Yep, the Godzilla kept it together.
Well saved there, David Santos. Klaus Klamper still on the back of Bryce Miller.
With a listed split of 0.02 of a second.
Yes.
That is the slipstream magic.
It's a bit more now. It seems like Miller has the edge when it comes to these medium speed pace corners.
And that does make sense. And now if he can... Miller's goal is probably going to be to get him out of that slipstream, so he can't pull another maneuver on him. And that medium section looks like the best place for him to try and do it.
Quick intermission from further up ahead. It looks like Reska Kyoso is now gaining ahead, making a gap on Alex Kurtzel, because Alex last time around Reska did a 2:19.5, and Alex did a 2:23. 2:20.3, I should say. I should say, yeah. It seems like either Alex had a mistake, Kurto had a mistake there, or he's losing the tires a bit now.
I mean, I guess we'll find out at the end of this lap, based on what kind of time they're running.
Find out if it's a repeat or if it's a fluke. Well, the last 2 laps of Alex Kurto were in the 2:20s.
Okay. Yeah, and he might
Klaus,
just be falling off the pace a bit.
might be. Klaus Kalempe, however, definitely not falling off the back of Bryce Miller that easily.
Yeah, he's right back at it.
Now we come to the section where Bryce Miller seems to be stronger. If Kalempe can just try and keep up with the Lamborghini without going too far out of the line, that would be amazing for his aspirations.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even just finishing a solo drive in a 4-hour race is pretty good.
It is.
But being able to nab a top 10, even better.
Oh, that Porsche. That Porsche does not look healthy.
That is some battle scarring.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is...
Oh.
It's a line.
That, yep, oh, yep. I guess
Ooh,
so.
Yep. I think that's more than just visual damage there.
But that is now a well-deserved pit stop for Night Last. Finally,
Yep.
after having driven that damaged Porsche for some time. Are they going to go for the driver swap already? Let me see if that is a solo driver or a team.
I don't believe he is. I think at least Coda, he was part of a team.
Yeah, that is CRS Racing, driven by Night Last, and I guess it's pronounced Mateusz Rant. I hope that it's pronounced Mateusz Rant. That sounds Eastern European in any case. Why is he... Oh, do they have the pit stops in the lower section?
They might. Yep.
Yeah. Right. So we'll see whether the works, whether there will be no problems with that, and then we might see Mateusz Rant driving a few laps around the track.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Kalempe is still at it. Oh, but losing
Ooh,
it a bit there.
Yeah, he kept it from the wall. Yeah, it looks like he caught a little bit more curb than he wanted.
And that's a dangerous section there coming towards the end of the Kevin Straight, Lecum. You have to absolutely nail your braking point there. If you're just a bit too late, it could cost you majorly. As it did here, Kalempe now 2 seconds behind Bryce Miller instead of the former, what was it?
200ths.
200.
Was the closest I saw.
Yeah. So now Kalempe has to do it all over again.
Yep. So, I mean, if you did it before, Skirta looks to be, at least looking at the section gap, looks to be back down to less than a second. Disregard. That is now almost 2 seconds. Oh, but Reska Kyoso stopped? What happened there? Let's see, Reska Kyoso coming around. They just kind of pulled to the side. Possible technical difficulties, maybe connection issues, hardware. But they're... Okay, they're back.
that is okay. Unprecedented, to say the least.
Yeah, that looks like hardware issues happened, and they had to stop to kind of fix it real quick. Either something coming unplugged or something weird happening. But that did cost them. They are down 9 positions. They're down to ninth,
Down to ninth
so 5
position, yeah.
positions.
Okay, but it looks like Night Last is going again. There's no driver swap yet for them.
Yeah, well, bit more driving to do, but at least he's got some repairs taken care of for the next section of it. So we won't be wrangling the damaged vehicle.
Oh no! It didn't show it before, but now it shows it. The Durant is now in the car actually, so they did do the driver change already.
Oh, gotcha. Meanwhile, Satsura might be surprised to see the Ferrari of Rescacchioso in front of him. But he's gonna go for it anyways. Right up the inside. That Ferrari seems to be running a bit slow. Something might be off. That might be a pedal issue, maybe? Because the McLaren is just running away with it now.
Yeah. The McLaren.
Yeah, I think they might have. I don't know if they're able to get their full pedal out of it. Yeah, because they're pitting right now.
Ooh.
They might be doing a driver swap just to try and correct. I think they have a hardware issue, and now they're driver swapping to try and fix it. That's my best guess after seeing what was going on there, because that was. They had no speed in the straights.
Could be they're doing a driver swap now for in order to have Reska just sort out the hardware issues. Of course, I mentioned it already today. Reska is racing both this as well as the iRacing Petit Le Mans today. So hardware failure for 2 endurance events, so that would be.
Yeah, it's not a good day. Yeah. Hopefully it's just a matter of unplug it, plug it back in, and be good to go. But we shall see.
In the worst case, shut the computer off and turn it on again.
Yeah, I mean, worst case is dust off the keyboard.
Worst case, turn off the keyboard around and get all the dirt and dust out.
Yep. That way it's less messy when you throw it from trying to drive the keyboard controls.
Oh boy. Klemper. That is a line trying to bring him very much to the outside there.
Yeah,
however,
he wants that time back.
he wants it, but he cannot really get it, it seems. Like, he's now 2.7 seconds behind. It was 2.2 after the incident.
Yeah. I mean, they're going on that 1 hour mark. Tires might start to be showing those signs, and especially if he was battling that whole time.
Tires should be used now, and combine that with the fact that they are should now be on low fuel. Bad tires, low fuel load, that is a combination that almost none of these drivers have practiced for until this moment. So this is the first time they will have that combination. So it's sort of a fact of how experienced are you in this scenario, or well, yeah, how adaptable are you?
Yep. I know the time that I didn't get much practice with it when I tried endurance racing, and my very harebrained last-minute solution was to crank the traction control up, and that was not how to do that. uh, Ruby, yeah, sure enough, Ruby Acosta's out on the field in taking over for Reska. So it looks like
And
they did do the driver swap.
and
And
being blue flagged right in front of Alex Curto. Oh
oh, that
no!
hurt. Oh, that's not a good feeling. I mean, the
The thing is,
favor can be returned whenever Kurto has to pit,
yeah,
but
which will be within the next 2 or 3 laps, realistically.
yeah, especially if they're doing stint timers, they can't really get away with that two-stop race. And honestly, I feel like if we didn't have those, we might just start seeing every single car being the fuel-efficient Porsche.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. What is also not going to happen is Curto pitting at this moment. Not really. Curto wants to go one more time. Maybe look at the lines of Ruby. Well, we know Ruby Acosta is a very quick driver.
She is. I mean, frighteningly so. At least to. But at the same time, Kurto giving the flash. Looks like she might not have the tires all the way there yet, especially coming right out of pits.
It is worth mentioning that here in the V4H, blue flagged vehicles do not have to give up the position. However, they are not allowed to fight. But Ruby Acosta, they're giving up the position, letting Curto through on the outside.
Yeah, just a nice little courtesy. And again, once Kurto pits, then the actual fight will start between them.
Yeah, and it really looks like the tires are not there yet. You saw Acosta swerving on the straight there a bit. Maybe to
Yeah,
get some heat into the tires.
Yeah, getting a little bit of slip angle going on as they go through as she goes through the turns. Nothing too crazy, especially for the Ferrari. Although I have not had the pleasure of driving the 296, so I don't know how it compares to the 488. Other than faster.
Easier.
Oh my.
Oh my,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, the 488 was not exactly an easy car to start with, but seeing a tamer version, that's good to see.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of people now in the pits for the first pit stop. I mean, right on point, right on cue.
Yep.
First hour is gone. Daniel Hearn is in. Chan is in. Santos is in. We saw Gersh and Miller were in, I believe, but are out again maybe. Katsanos is in already. Quite a few people getting that first pit stop out of the rain right now. Daryl Young, however, interestingly, staying out for now. Maybe he still has a bit of tire life left.
Could be. Could also just be trying to give their teammate, well, give whoever's going to be in the last stint have less time on those last set of tires, so you've got that potential grip advantage at the cost of 3 grip disadvantages from staying out too long. That made more sense when I first thought of it.
No, it does make sense. Having a bit fresher tires in the end of the last stint. That could, the few tenths you can gain per lap through that, when you don't have, even you didn't have the tire in the beginning, that could save you P1 in this case, because we saw there are quite a few people challenging on terms of overall pace for that P1 position. I think the top 3 were within, what was it, 15 seconds at the end of the first hour now.
It looks like it. Yeah, top three. Yeah, I mean it's kind of mixed now because it looks like one of the lead cars is pitted.
Yeah,
But
two of them, and Daryl Young now being the third one to pit for the first time. Which interestingly, if Kurto does not pit this lap, that means he inherits the lead.
he's gonna get that nice little lead lap to put up on the shelf.
A few lead kilometers, always
Yep,
nice to have.
that's good for the soul.
No, there were
Speaking
there,
of which, Ruby Acosta now right behind. Oh wait, oh that's right, he hasn't pitted yet.
yeah, right. But is he going in now? He is going in now. Alex Kurto is into the pits. He does not inherit the lead. He does
Yep.
not need that boost for his ego at this
Yep.
moment.
He knows he had it for a little while.
So we are probably going to see Alex Kurto give up the wheel to Ekim Ali Boranshensoy, his teammate, of course for EAB Racing,
Yep.
to our partner for this event, for the whole championship, I believe.
Yep. Meanwhile, it looks like Ruby Acosta's tires have warmed up, and she's getting ready to start cutting through the field. Starting with blue flag traffic.
I wonder who that is right in front of Ruby.
I believe
It's the 887. Oh yeah, it is a lap car of Poinelli.
they must have been their driver swap because I believe they were maybe. I'm getting my used.
Yes, Di Petrillo started the race and now Poinelli has continued the race. That's correct.
Gotcha. Ruby Acosta's got 10 seconds to make on Satsura. 18 seconds to make on Satsura, who in turn has 1.2 to make up on Milare.
Yeah, Satsura, of course, also one of our solo drivers, solo and wildcard for this event. So Satsura is going to stay in the entire 4 hours.
You love to see a privateer hero show up every once in a while.
Well, yeah. And then the lead we have right now, we have Cross, as well as Brown and Law now. So Cross is the teammate for Wild Things Racing to Daryl Young, so it seems like there was no change in the front there.
Yep. Yeah, they might be doing first half, second half. Do we have a minimum? I know we have a stint timer. Do we have a like a fair share type thing?
We do not. There's actually the issue with how the server is set up. Officially, the driver time is 0 seconds or 0 minutes. So if auto disqualification were on, everyone would have been auto DQ'd because they overdrove the driving time of 0 minutes.
Oh dear.
But yeah, it sort of is working out now, for whatever reason. Let's not question it. Let's just be happy that we can go racing.
Don't look the gift horse in the mouth.
Exactly. We're having fun. We're having a fun 4-hour race here. The first hour is gone, and Ruby Acosta currently in P9, still trying to gain a few positions now after what seemed to be a hardware failure for Resker Kyoso in his stint.
Yep. So it looks like Milare is right on Seon KP.
Oh yes,
Gonna
young
go up
KP.
the inside and push right through, looks like.
This young is not gonna fight that, it seems. Of course,
Yep.
the South Korean driver, a bit of Asian representation here.
Yep. They are also, I believe them, they might be on pretty fresh tires as well, so might not be able to put up too much of a battle. Also, Malera is just fast.
Miller is fast, that is correct. And Miller is a solo driver. He is one of the regular attendees for solo starters here. So he's trying to get the best results here, to get the edge over Kazanov, who is in the Lexus, another solo driver, full season entry, and Julian Metzner, who is, of course, in the Ferrari, having had a few troubles in the very first few laps.
Yep. Kill that Aston Martin. Oh, Luca Parnelli getting into the wall. I think that was the same spot that a couple other cars have caught as well. Yep, that's the spicy hill.
A bit of snap overs there at the top of Radignon. Rouge Radignon. Yes, that was the right one. Because people seem to mistake the two all of the time.
There's a reason I avoid using the turn names. It is A, because I do not remember them very well, and B, I cannot pronounce.
That is fair enough. That is fair enough.
Midwestern American accents do not make for good European pronunciation. We'll say that right now.
Don't worry. Next time we're out at Donington, that will be easier to pronounce. For you,
Possibly,
at least.
yeah.
No, we see Bryce Malaha coming into the bus stop chicane, which is now, of course, it's now not called the bus stop anymore, but that was the sausage curb doing its deal.
Yeah, that is into the chicane is right. But still maintaining that lead over Seon KP.
I think Seong just let off their not wanting to fight for position with Bryce Malaha, which is fair enough. Fighting in this stage of the race is not always the best thing to do. Well, very often not the best thing to do.
Yep.
Just gonna lose time, but Seong taking a wide line.
Yep. Well, it looks like Klampa got a drive-through, and Cody Lionheart, that GT. That's how you correct it. There you go.
Yeah, nice.
The GTR at heart.
He tried to power slide it, but did not quite work.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cody Lionheart now in the Godzilla.
Godzilla.
Mm. And Rant having had some troubles, it seems.
Yep.
Coming onto the fast section.
Yeah. The frunk of that Porsche looks like it's doing a little bit of air braking.
And we didn't see what happened there exactly. However, Runt seems to be striving for... That's either Slovakia or Slovenia. I should know that because both of these are countries that are bordering to Austria, where I'm from. I think it was Slovakia. But don't quote me on that, please.
Yeah.
Kalampa with the driver in the meanwhile, probably due to track limits. I talked with Alex Curto earlier, real quick, and Curto said that they were already on 2 track limit warnings. And these 2 track limit warnings in the first hour already, if that is something challenging, that could mean many
that could mean a drive-through
coming.
pops up. Which, I mean, you kind of expect that in a 4-hour race sometimes, especially if you're going to be taking very aggressive lines.
Polo Kai now back into the pits for the second time, I believe, today. Is it because of damage again? Project 43 Marlborough. This is... Look. Liveries like this... This is so gray zone. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure whether this should be allowed or not. It is so gray area. Like, it is... Everyone knows what it is referencing. But... Yeah. It is legally distinct. It is legally distinct, unfortunately. Marlborough. Yeah. And it seems like Eric Gregis is now in the Marlborough as young KP. And Luca Poinelli! Oh, whoa. A second time losing it at the top of Radignon. What happened there? Let's look at the replay. The instant already losing it going into the right-hander. Cutting the curb too much and then just losing it at the top of the hill. Really not too healthy there for Luca Poinelli, who's driving for the most Italian team you've ever heard. Get ready for this. Piloti della Domenica, Toro Loco. Beautiful team name. Very Italian. And I hope I pronounced it somewhat correctly. And it seems like I finally found out what happened to Reska earlier. It seems like the wheel of Reska turned off there for a while. So he literally could not continue. He had to restart his wheel. Ben Brown, in the meanwhile, is now in pretty much no man's land, 20 seconds ahead. There is the lead, and 13 seconds behind, there's third place. Own It Racing, I mean, I have to say, this is a beautiful livery. Purple, pink, I love colors in that sort of red but not red. You know? You understand what I mean? Red but not red. Because they're pink and purple, they have a bit of blue mixed in. I don't like red, I don't like blue, but I like purple and pink. Weird. Weird, isn't it? So yeah, this is a beautiful livery. Own It Racing. They have the livery guys. I think Ben Brown is actually the livery guy making those liveries. As Poinelli having lost it again. What happened this time? This is Blanchimont. Oh! I don't even know how snap oversteer in Blanchimont works. Maybe a bit too much on the old steering front. Anyways, Kalampa goes for the drive-through penalty. As we mentioned earlier, drive-through penalties around here are horrible. This is the worst drive-through penalty you can get on the entire calendar because you have both pits to go through. You have the old pit and the new pit. Both together, the endurance pit. You need to go through the entire pit lane. This is incredibly time-losing, and Kalampa was disqualified. How did that happen? That is weird. Kalampa was disqualified. Polo Kai is still in the pits. Oh. Was it maybe because he took the drive-through a lap too late? He was out for very long. As Tim Lehman had a bit of a yellow flag there for a second. Let's see what happened there going into the chicane. You're just getting a bit late, getting a bit loose there. Let me try something real quick. As we see Rant right ahead of Kazanov. Rant seemingly being able to keep the pace right now, and Kazanov going a bit wide there actually. A bit late on the old braking. Let's see. Bryce Miller. I still don't know if that is the correct pronunciation. I just see it as it's a French flag for Bryce Miller. So it might be pronounced completely differently. It probably is pronounced completely differently. Unfortunately, I cannot tell.
This is why we had Akito as color commentator. Very
Right.
frequently, I imagine.
Yes, that's part of the reason, exactly.
It's not a bad reason, in all honesty.
Yeah. It's good to have a bit of knowledge of different languages when you're in such a position in it.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we've got a pretty wide assortment.
Of nationalities, yeah, in it.
Yes.
We have Polo Kai switching the car to Eric Gregis now. Looks to be a Czech driver for Marlborough Project 43.
Yep.
Yep.
I do like the old 90s tobacco and alcohol liveries. Some of those went pretty hard.
Yeah, but there is a reason why they are now forbidden.
Yep.
And anyway, in any case, it looks like Julian Metzner here, right behind Ruby Acosta, who is trying to overtake the blue flag, Tim Lehmann. Tim Lehmann now getting out of the way, and this is the
the blue flag maneuver.
Oh.
Are we gonna see it again?
This would be interesting, wouldn't it? Julian Metzner not able to capitalize, it seems. The two side by side. Julian Metzner really close to the solo driver to Tim Lehmann.
And Tim Lehmann kind of ducking in there for a second, kind of just saying, no, not you. Not your turn yet.
Not yet? What do you mean? Tim
Hey, you have to earn it first.
Say, go back. Stay away. Stay away from me. This is my position.
Mine. Though Metzner is right on them.
Metzner is right on Lehmann. That is correct. It is. Oh!
Almost side by side there.
I think they're going side by
now
side.
Now it is side by side. Yep, he's just poking at that. Poking at that. Now he's going to eke out just ahead.
Oh my god, that was close. That was sketchy.
Impressive.
Lehmann, oh, what is he doing? Completely missing the braking marker there.
Yeah, that might have still been adrenaline from that last that turn prior. To go too wide through there is impressive.
Well, To go through too wide through there is not impressive, but to make it through there safely too wide,
Ah, yes, yes.
that is impressive.
To go to not boop is.
I've seen many instances where that did not work as nicely.
I feel like I've been in instances where it hasn't worked.
As we see Tsatsura catching up to Seong KP. Of course, Tsatsura, the solo driver, still in. On their own. And Seong KP, well, I think the driver lineup for Panon Formula this time around is a bit of a like a gold silver kind of lineup. You have the higher rated driver where there's a boop. Luckily, it did not cause any major things to happen here. With the higher rated driver, I would say, of Albergesh, and then you have the well, the second driver, for lack of a better term, of Seong KP. There's a bit of a pace difference between the two. But yeah.
I mean, not unheard of.
Tsatsura is going to be really careful now after having had that boop on the back of Seong KP. The boop on the back. Bad touch.
Bad touch, bad touch.
But yeah, it looked like Seong KP now letting Tsatsura by, actually. Seong KP not wanting to fight other people. I don't know if that is team orders coming in from Albergesh, saying basically, don't fight them, just try to do your own pace, or whether Seong is actually doing that on his own. But yeah, it is a conservative strategy for an endurance race, and sometimes that is the better way to go.
Yeah, I mean, kind of comes back to, you have to finish the race first. And personally, anytime I did an endurance race, it was always more about finishing than position at the end of the day. I mean, granted, for a 4-hour one's not too crazy, but when you have like those 12 and 24s, like, it's just a matter of making it through that.
It's just a matter of making it through to the end. That is correct. Fortunately, we've already had one DNF.
Sad to see.
There are 17 more drivers.
Yep.
Or 17 more teams, to be more specific. Correct, I should say.
Yep. We have, 3 solo drivers, so 14. It's 31.
I think it's 4 solo drivers with the wild card.
Oh, so that's even 30 drivers then. Oh, that's a pretty good turnout.
Yeah. As we see Seong KP now on the start-finish straight in the Aston Martin, the only Aston Martin we have on the grid.
That's... Huh.
Well,
I feel like I usually see more of those.
Now, until 1.9 update, it used to be a very strong choice for pretty much everyone. But, you know, the most recent physics update changed a bit.
Yes.
It changed a bit, yeah. Let's just keep it at that. It changed a bit.
Just a little.
Just a little bit of be a beast, I am.
Yeah. Why do I see so many McLarens and Ferraris? Weird.
Why are there 3 Ferraris on the podium right now? 3 McLarens on the podium right now. Weird.
Yeah, hey, fast drivers must just like McLarens.
Yes, that is why our own racing team at tracc.eu is also racing the McLarens. Totally.
No, I mean they are actually very quick. Like the top 3 right now are very quick drivers. Like
They are very quick. That is correct. I'm not
it
going to
is
say anything against
it
it.
is
That is
not the
correct.
car. I would like to clarify that it is not the car.
It is a bit of the car.
Maybe. Hard to say. It's in that gray zone.
Anyways, Mateusz Randt is now on the back of Luca Poinelli. This is Slovakia versus Italy. Oh, and the Italian is going defensive into Lacombe.
Yeah. It's gonna cut through.
Ooh!
Grant getting a little bit sketch there. Nothing too crazy, but a little. That was a sniff.
Oh, and that was the mistake from Poinelli. That was the mistake that Randt was looking for. And that is a nice move. That is exactly how I like to overtake people as well. Pressuring them into mistakes.
Yep. I mean, it's effective.
It
Works
is.
on me. I'll say that much.
Also works on Poinelli, as we just saw.
Yep.
Yeah, Mateusz Randt trying to get back into the top 10. Next car ahead of Randt is the Nissan of Cody Lionheart, but they are almost 1.5 minutes up. So that is going to be a bit of time that Randt has to gain in order to get back into the top 10 overall positions.
Yeah. You know, it's like
Aurelian Cross lost it? No.
I mean, it doesn't look. Ooh, yeah. Solid J-turn recovery, so they didn't lose it too hard, but that's. Now we might see Brown start to come up on him.
I mean,
Maybe.
technically yes, theoretically yes. However, it's still 14 seconds between Cross and Brown.
Yeah.
So if Cross does that like 5 more times, then yes.
Yeah. I suppose you only lose about 3 or 4 seconds there.
You lose a bit more if you hit the wall, but if you manage to avoid that, that's mostly fine. As Bryce Millet is now gaining on Daniel Joseph. Haven't we seen this battle before today already?
Feel like it.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, round 2. Let's go.
They're going for round 2, and right in front of them, that is the Lexus of Kazanov, who is going to be blue flagged soon.
Yeah, that's a nice monkey wrench to throw in there.
It seems like we have some Toro Loco fans in the chat. Salvo Di Petrillo actually messaging as Bryce Millet goes through on Kazanov. But who went through simpler? Who made it through easier? Let's see. Still 1.2 seconds, so they're about the same. Bryce Millet ever edging closer.
Yeah, just creeping up on that Audi. Which, being a Lamborghini, it's technically an Audi fight.
Well, sort of, yes, that is correct. It's a battle. It is a battle between. Well, I
Whatever,
don't want to say
whatever
anything
Audi's
wrong, but
corporate designation is.
well, I think they have the same powertrain at least.
Possibly.
Different engine, but same powertrain.
Mhm.
After that, I think that is the case with these two cars.
Yeah, but he is slowly starting to reel that Audi in.
We know Bryce Millet is quick. We know
Yeah,
Bryce Millet can take this position. We have seen it several times.
yeah,
today.
he's cracked the 1 second gap. So just a bit more, and he should be able to start riding that slipstream.
Oh, that is a good question, actually. What is the slipstream range in ACC?
Feel like it's around like half a second, but I'm also not super well versed in it.
I only remember being told in GT Sport, I believe it was 1.5 seconds.
Yeah. I think iRacing, it kind of depends on the car, but I want to say GT3s are about 1 second.
As they're coming through Speaker's Corner right now. Up into double gauche. Keeping that 1 second rather close. And it looks like at the top, Ben Brown is only 13 seconds behind Cross now. I think it was 14 before. So Brown gaining a bit of time, it seems, in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Puna's in the pits again, seems. Ooh. There's always a sketchy corner to take, even if you're going pit limit of 50 kilometers or 30 miles.
Yeah, it's easy to clip there.
I think as we're 2.5 hours into this race, let's take a look currently at the standings around the racetrack. And we have in the first position, Valkyrie Racing. Daryl Young and Aurelian Owned Racing, currently Ben Brown in the third position. We have Ryden Esports Racing, with Law currently piloting the car, and Chan on backup. He started the race. In fourth position, we have Alex Curter currently in the car, still going strong for his second stint. They're having it half-half, I reckon, the first half, but from Alex Curter being driven. Daniel Joseph currently in P5, battle with Bryce Millet. Daniel Joseph driving for Technoburst Racing, and Bryce Millet for Power Max Autosport, one of our solo drivers. Then we have Satsura, another one of our solo drivers. For Terminal B Racing, Seong KP, who is driving for Panon Formula in P8. Ruby Acosta for Mirai United VRTX Queen's Design in P9. Cody Leinhardt, the Nissan driver, in P10 for... What was their team name again? Oh, bye. For Hardgas Racing Team, that was it.
Yeah.
Then we have Rand for CRS Racing in P11. P12 we have the beautiful Italian name once again, which is Piloti della Domenica Toro Loco in P12. Then we have Kazanov racing for Agafon Racing in 13. Julian Metzner racing alone for AOR Esports in 14. Lehmann, who is racing for, last but not least, in P15 currently. Then we have Gregis, who is racing for Yukai Racing in P16, and Poon, who is racing for CUFR Dropouts in P17. And unfortunately, we already have the DNF of Klaus Kielenpa for Try and Survive. So, it seems like Bryce Millet has gotten really close to Daniel Joseph in the meanwhile.
Yeah, he's cracked that half-second gap, and he is now getting a nice close look at that bumper.
Nice close look.
Inspecting it for any sort of damage, safety issues, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make sure everyone is driving with the best equipment they can have, and it would be a shame if someone would get a meatball flag.
Yeah, you do not want that. Looks like the Lamborghini went a little wide in one of those turns, and that Audi's starting to get a little bit of a gap again. Well, Ruby Acosta right up, starting to catch up on Seon KP. Only a half-second gap between the two.
And Ruby Acosta is dragging along Julian Metzner.
Yep. That is actually really, when you're able to do it, it's a great feeling to be able to kind of just follow a car up on the lead lap and kind of use that to work your way up to the next position.
It is. And it is even more incredible when we look at the fact that Julian Metzner, I think in lap 2 or so, he was last position. So
yes.
Now he's up into P13 again, so that is lovely.
Yes, they did have an early race incident. I think they were one of the ones caught up in the initial run of Radion. Yes, the Spicy Hill. Spicy Hill.
Spicy Hill.
I'll stay in my lane.
I mean, I'm just thinking about it. Would it be so wrong to just say Radeon, like the AMD graphics cards?
I mean, I feel like it's called that because of the turning radius of it. So I guess it could work.
All right, we're calling it.
But anyways, yes, Ruby Acosta coming up on KP and taking Julian Metzner along for the ride. Currently down to about a third of a second gap. And just looking for that sweet spot. Might be going for the pressure strategy, might just be looking for the ideal location to pass.
What I find interesting about this is this young KP so far has always let drivers that are faster past. Ruby Acosta so far not getting the luxury.
Not just yet. It might also just be, hey, I want to see if I could actually hold this person back or not. If I can hold them off. It's kind of like a skill measurement type thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
I've been guilty of it a few times. Not when blue flag, but... And sometimes you just want to have that fight.
Well, this is dangerous. It's side by side going into Blanchimont, and the overtake has already been finished before Blanchimont. Well done by Ruby Acosta there. However, Julian Metzner is trying to take
Metzner giving the flash.
Well.
Okay. Give me my lap back.
Metzner wanting to get dragged along by Ruby Acosta more. Incredible.
I mean, he's got the toe. Acosta's got the pace. It works. That's something you kind of want to hang on to.
Bryce Milan, meanwhile, still looking at the rear of that Audi, now with a bit of a safe distance.
Yeah. Might be settling into a pace, might also just be, might have had a close instance while we weren't looking and decided to back off a little bit. Or Joseph decided to, Nick Poon getting in a little bit of trouble there.
Oh.
Lot bit of trouble.
And it's parked. I mean... Ooh, ho! Like then getting a bit on the accelerator, a bit...
Yeah.
Right foot heavy. But yeah, Bryce Miller is coming down to the back straight. Which is actually the car that is doing better on the straights? Do you know, in terms of aerodynamic?
My gut says the Lamborghini because I've had trouble getting around those, but this is also the new ones, which I'm not too well acquainted with. I know the older Lamborghini was a straight line monster, at least for a mid-engine car, but I mean, looking at the gap, it looks pretty even.
I mean, if we're talking about the older cars, then the straight line monsters, there would have been the Jag and the Lexus.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Lexus, unfortunately, only in P14 right now, 777 Casanova. I mean, it is not state of the art anymore.
No, it's a 2016 if I remember correct. So
yeah,
I think it's next to the Reiter.
Brighter.
I think it's the Reiter. I always trick myself on that one. I think it's the next to the Reiter. I think it's the oldest car on in the game.
Well, there's still the Jag, which is a 2012.
Oh yeah.
There's the old Bentley, which is a 2015. There's the old Nissan, which is a 2015. I think the old Lambo, the old Lambo is also somewhere around that time. Not the Reiter, but the first.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like what version of it is, because the newest version of the Lexus is the 2016. Because it's the only one. I don't think they ever gave it a. Actually, no, they didn't give it an update. Or well, they gave it an update, but they didn't give it a refresh version. Also, Satsura got themselves a drive-through. It looks like.
Oh yeah, it looks like that is again due to track limits.
Yep.
Hopefully Satsura can get rid of that without problem.
Yep. Miller is right back on the Audi.
Oh, now it's getting really close. Look at that rear bumper again.
Getting a little sniff. Hey, what kind of fuel you using, buddy?
I can smell the nitrous oxide.
Yeah.
I don't think any of these cars have injection like that.
No.
Hopefully.
No.
Kazimov is in the pits. Going for the regularly scheduled stop, I think, just a bit early. And Tatsura is also in the pits for the drive-thru.
Yeah, true. We are going into the second pit phase.
Yes! Bryce Miller and Daniel Joseph, well, those two have been battling. But it is now going to be the challenge that Daniel Joseph is going to give up the car to Psycho Kaiser in the next pit stop. So then there's going to be a new driver in, while Bryce Miller will have to finish the race on their own. Julian Metzner also in the pits now.
Huh.
Is that color? Is that beige, brown, gold? Somewhere in the middle of those three, isn't it?
Yeah, it reminds me of like the old, well, not old, but like the like 924 and 944 would come in a very similar, almost like a flat dark earth, but with the metallic sheen to it. Very Malaise era.
Is flat dark earth the color?
Kinda, yeah.
Sounds like a subgroup of Flat Earth Society.
Flat dark earth.
Yeah.
They're a bit more extremist about it.
Interesting. I did not know that was a color name.
Yeah. Flat dark earthers believe the sun is flat as well.
Oh, okay.
And it doesn't actually. The Earth doesn't rotate around it. The sun just flips around. So
the sun is a coin.
Yep.
Amazing. Let's go. That sounds like the new society we should be looking to found.
I agree.
But yeah, Bryce Miller still looking at the rear of Daniel Joseph here. In 10 minutes there should be the most of the regularly scheduled pit stops coming. So that's about 4 to 5 laps.
Yep. And then you get the kind of panic moments and emergency driver swaps.
Actually, we're in the 220, so it is like 4 laps. Or 4 to 5.
Yeah. Unless someone suddenly just pulls one out with the faded tires.
Oh yeah, tire fade.
Yep.
There's always an issue, and now that we're going towards the end of the stint, could very much become an issue for some of these drivers. Let's actually look at the time sets everyone is posting right now. Sion KP last time around only a 2:22.8. However, Daniel Joseph and Bryce Miller both in the mid-220s. It seems like their lines are already affected by the battle they are having, as right in front of them, I think that is Poinelli.
So, yeah.
I think that's a Ferrari of Poinelli, who is, of course, soon to be blue flagged.
Yep.
But these two battling, and oh my god, they are getting it on now.
It is a close fight with the blue flag traffic. I think Malari is going to try and capitalize on that as much as possible.
Most definitely.
Yeah, I mean, Joseph has a chance to as well. If he can get around in such a manner that it leaves Malari out to hang, that buys him a bit of space.
But yeah, I think that is exactly why Bryce Miller is now so close to Daniel Joseph. He doesn't want to give Joseph that opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, because if that happens,
Now the blue flags are out. Let's see how Poinelli deals with that. The driver briefing, everyone was told that blue flag cars do not have to get out of the way. Poinelli, however, seeing that there's a battle, getting out of the way for Daniel Joseph and enabling some slipstream for Bryce Miller there.
The blue flag giveth, the blue flag taketh away.
I think in this situation, nobody actually gained that much.
Yeah, that slipstream was interesting to see. I thought he was getting stuck there, but gave him a little bit of a run to get that gap right back down. And
So
now the battle continues.
Battle continues as they're going into double gauche again. There's 2 times left-hander down the hill. Very tricky parts to get right if you don't have the brakes set up correctly.
Yep. Coming around through the quasi-chicane.
And it's interesting, you see a bit of a different lines there. Bryce Miller taking much more direct line. Daniel Joseph a bit more of a flowing line, it seems.
Yeah, and it's keeping them pretty well matched. I mean, I think they've been like this for the past 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and they have been like this for a large time in the first stint as well. We're now coming up to the back end of the second stint, and it looks like Bryce Miller is actually the one having the advantage a bit on the worn tires. However, he's just not quick enough to make that move and to really get to the overtaking scenario.
Yeah, they're almost too evenly matched for it. Might just come down to who makes the mistake. And neither of these drivers seem highly predisposed to making mistakes. At least not ones that can be capitalized on too heavily. At this point, Joseph might almost just be used to having a Lamborghini in the rearview mirror.
I mean, can you ever really get used to having someone pushing you like that?
I can't. Can't speak for them though. And yeah, just been that consistent half-second gap. Narrows down a little bit, widens a little bit.
Is Miller maybe just trying to sit in the slipstream to maybe be able to lift and coast a bit to save a bit fuel?
Yeah, it's a possibility. Because he does make that time back up fairly quickly when he loses it.
Yeah. I believe he's just saving. He's just saving a bit right now. Maybe to get a lap more out of this stint than Daniel Joseph, and in the end, maybe trying to overcut the Audi driver.
Yeah, possibility.
What I am completely in awe of is that Bryce Miller so far has seemed not immaculate, not infaultable, but very close to it.
Yeah, very, very clean driving.
Yeah, and having that over the amount of 2 hours for now already, and then 2 more hours. I mean, if he can keep up what he's doing right now, this is looking to be a very solid drive and a really awesome skill level by the Frenchman.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think it's not his first time doing this, so he might just be building up the tolerance for it, which makes for really impressive driving, especially over an extended time period like this.
not to detract from Bryce Miller's skill or anything. However, the only thing that I found even more impressive when I witnessed it was, I think it was in the V4H at Monza. Whereas Bryce Miller is
Ooh.
going there for the inside.
He heard you. He heard you talking smack.
He heard me.
He just wanted to give you a little
Apparently.
reminder, like, hang on, no, I could do this.
And it seems like 7KP going into the pits, maybe already for the driver swap. But yeah, there's only one person I ever saw that was even more impressive than this, which is a solo 4-hour VR drive. No, I think that was actually the 4 hours of Bathurst.
Yep.
Solo VR 4 hours of Bathurst. I mean, that is...
I've done 3, and that was my... That was me hitting my limit. And that was a stint. That was during a 24.
Oh,
I know of a few folks who will do like 12 and 24 hours solo drives, and those people frighten me.
What do you mean 12 hours solo?
They do a 12-hour endurance race solo.
What do you mean? How is
Exactly.
that even possible?
Right? I mean, caffeine and depends, I guess.
I mean, do they have this sim rig set up in the bathroom? Or...
They cut a hole in the bottom, maybe.
Oh, shoot.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, no,
or they just take longer stops.
I'll be honest, that wouldn't be for me.
No.
I don't think I could ever do that.
I could probably eke out a 4. A 6 if it was not VR. But that would just be my entire day. I'd have to go right back to sleep afterwards.
Yeah, totally understandable. I mean, sim racing it's not just gaming. It is physical strain.
Yeah,
and mental strain.
Even if like I have a direct drive wheel, but I have it set to very low settings. I just want it to feel good. I don't want to wrench my arms around. It's still sore. And like I'm an active person, so like that focus, it takes its toll.
Yeah. And we're at the halfway mark, so this means that most people will be coming into the pits right now, as Julian Metzner now has a drive-through. The next person. Getting a bit too liberal with the track limits, it seems.
Yeah.
That is not going to be good, especially in the time when you would usually pit.
Yeah, you're essentially doubling it.
Yeah, the thing is also you cannot choose whether to do a drive-through or a pit. You have to do the drive-through first. So if you don't have enough fuel, let's hope everyone has enough fuel, or Julian Metzner has enough fuel, as Bryce Miller is going into the pits right on cue, leaving Daniel Joseph alone for a lap or two, but he did not try to extend his stint, as I earlier predicted.
No, I think he was just hanging with them.
Just trying to hang in there.
Yep. He might be trying to possibly get some clean air. Try and get that time while Joseph is in the pit, maybe?
Yeah. And Pinelli now for Toro Loco as well in the pits.
Yeah.
We'll have to take a close look after Daniel Joseph pits and most likely gives the wheel over to Cycle Kaiser, where they are in relation to each other afterwards, Millet and Kaiser then.
Yep.
That's going to be interesting, because if Millet does an undercut now, well, I don't know, to be quite honest.
Yeah,
what the speed difference between Daniel Joseph and Psycho Kaiser is. I have the slight assumption that Psycho Kaiser is a tiny bit quicker, even.
yeah. Psycho was putting in some pretty good times during not just the race practice, but like the on the practice server leading up to the race.
Yeah. Lois now is well in the pits, maybe giving the drive back to Chen. And we have Rant as well with the drive-through. Oh my god, now everyone's coming in with the
Yeah.
drive-throughs.
I mean, 2 hours, that's double the length of one of our normal races already.
Yeah.
So it's if you're driving trying to push the most out of the track, you're gonna get a few here and there, and they stack up over time.
You have to remember, though, that some of these people are only here for this race. They are not our usual drivers. They're just here
True.
for this, and presumably they are well aware that endurance races you have to pay a bit more attention to stuff like track limits. Rand, for example, um, and his teammates, they are not usual drivers here. They just came for this event. Still having the drive-through, that is a very damning sight,
Yep.
especially on Spa.
That is a with these long pits, I mean, you got time to catch up on a podcast by the time you reach your pit. Yeah, 3 drive-throughs all at the same time. Salvatore turned around.
Oh, that is not looking good for Toro Loco. Coming out of the pits, it seems like just overcooking it on the inside curb a bit there, I guess. Cold
Yeah.
tire.
Yep. You get those cold tires, especially if you had a solid rhythm going. Uh, you start it. I mean, it kind of changes as the tires wear, and you have to kind of readapt to it.
And
Makes
we
that
see Ben.
first lap coming out of pits the fun one.
We see Ben Brown coming into the pits now,
Mm-hmm.
taking. Well, we don't know what they're going to do. Is Ben Brown going to take the middle stint, or are they going to swap the drives? As well as Ruby Acosta. I assume that Ruby is going to give the drive back to Reska now, who, as we found out, suffered a wheel failure earlier.
Ooh.
In order for Reska to be able to later race the final stints at the Petit Le Mans then.
I see. Hopefully they were able to get it fixed. Otherwise,
It could be trouble, but yeah, let's not. We're of course not hoping for that. It is a strong enough feat to try and do 2 endurance races in a single day.
yep.
You don't need any technical difficulties above that. And it seems like Reska Kyoso is now in the car. So as I thought,
Looks like they've got it going.
yeah, he's gonna finish his stint now, and then he's probably immediately switching over to iRacing to get a bit more practice in.
Yep.
Yeah, we have Tim Lehman now for JP Motors. I still love that livery, like the blue
It is.
and pink.
There's a word that I'm looking for to describe it. It's almost whimsical. Cute works, but all right, come on, everyone uses cute. Like, you gotta step up them vocabularistics.
I can just describe it as supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
I mean, that actually does work. It does kind of give me Mary Poppins vibes.
It does, doesn't it? So yeah, Poon is in the pits again. Poon, this team, Poon, not having had the best of days. I think this is like the 5th pit stop Poon is doing.
It is, but I mean, they're past the halfway point, so they're pushing through.
Yes, and that is a commendable thing. to just try and get it to the end, despite having had quite a bit of trouble. There's a few fast cars coming up right behind. There's the Lexus.
Yep.
L-
Give him a little
luckily,
flash, let him know he's there.
yeah, luckily the exit, they were not in the way during the exit because the camel corner, that could be hairy sometime.
Yeah, it can. Mm.
Right behind it looks like there's actually the teammate of Tim Lehmann, which is Katsanos, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, and just getting a little bit of that Lexus soundtrack. It's good for the soul.
Oh yeah.
It really is. It really is a muscle car. Like,
I mean, what's the definition of a muscle car?
a sports car that is less focused on handling and more focused on power and torque. Generally more low tech.
Okay. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. That fits the Lexus. Yeah.
The definition's changed a bit over the years. Because it used to just mean Salvatore getting into a little bit of trouble as another car comes up behind. I really hope there's no contact there.
I think this is the fourth time today that Toro Loco had troubles up Eau Rouge Radio.
Yeah. I mean, it's been claiming a lot of folks. I mean, it's notorious.
Yes, it is. Oh, and Katsanos, the beautiful liveries, off into gravel as well. Well, the dirt. There's no gravel trap there. Let's see what happens. Turning in. Oh, just getting a bit of snap oversteer in the middle of the corner.
I mean, they didn't damage it. They didn't scuff the paint.
That is the most important thing about this beautiful car.
Yeah, keep that pristine. Protect it.
Keep that pristine. Do not scuff the livery. Not a single dent.
Yeah, I don't care if you got to ceramic coat it your next pit stop. Keep that thing clean.
JP Motorsport. We have Cross in the lead, however, still for Wild Things Racing.
I'm just noticing that they've actually got a little bit of patterning going on with the greens. Alex Curto going into pits or coming out.
Alex Curto is probably now going into the pits and going to give the drive over to Ivano.
Yep. Giving Ivano as much of a lead as possible for them to run with.
Yeah. And I think Cross hasn't pitted yet. Could that be?
Like, at all? Or just for the hour stint?
Second pit.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it would be weird. They're now 1 minute and 45 seconds ahead of P2.
That sounds about like the time for a pit stop, so they might not have yet. They might be trying to stretch it out as much as possible.
That is interesting. And there's another yellow flag for Di Petrillo. Toro Loco again up Radio.
Yeah, something in the car after that pit stop isn't agreeing with them, it looks like.
It was exactly the same thing when his teammate came out of the pits.
Yeah, it might be a setup thing.
Yeah, might be with the cold tires that there's a bit of trouble going the high pace of Radio.
Yeah, or it's set up for a certain amount of fuel and they haven't quite compensated yet. So it won't be until that starts to you can kind of burn some of that away that it kind of the weight settles the way you're expecting it to.
Yeah, that could also be. On a completely different note, Daniel Joseph, who we have seen fighting so much with Bryce Millett so far, He's due his pit stop and giving the car over to Psycho Kaiser.
He has
But
been
he's
running it
currently
long.
running. Yeah, but he's currently running in P2
Yep.
before the pits, but still P2.
I feel like that just kind of demonstrates how much closer this pack is than it kind of seems. Like it's,
Yeah.
you have a pit stop, you're honestly scrambling the grid a little bit. At least until it settles out again.
So let's see. Is Daniel Joseph finally going for the pit? Yes.
Yes, he is.
The Indian driver is going and giving it probably to them. Okay. Malaysian, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the team is,
MSRL.
yeah, it's the MSRL Malaysian.
MSRL. It's the Malaysian Sim Racing League, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So yeah. I'll be quite honest. Some of the flags are confusing to me.
I mean, I'm an American. How do you think I?
I mean,
I'm actually not.
The
Actually,
Malaysian
I don't
flag
see the
is-
flags, but yeah.
the Malaysian flag is almost the US American flag. It's just it doesn't have the 50 stars. It has like a moon instead.
Yep.
Ooh.
Ooh, Boone getting into trouble. Although coming out of it pretty stylishly, I have to say.
Yeah, it was a nicely saved 360 there.
Yep.
The Marlborough,
Yep.
driven by Greg, is currently being
Those are-
flagged.
My two favorite liveries of the race, coming up next to each other.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but the
Oh.
Marlboro getting into trouble.
He
I
saved it.
think he got a little bit startled by Malare coming up, and ended up going a
Yeah.
little wide.
And we
There's
have
Cross going in.
finally in the pits.
It's an hour and 15-minute stint from the looks of it.
That was I mean, I think around 10 minutes. I think they increased the first stint as well a bit, but now already Cross. The race was started not by Cross but by their teammate, by Daryl Young. It'll be interesting to see who is getting the next middle stint.
Yeah.
Because there's a bit of strategy involving middle stints. Typically, you would give the most safe drivers in pack racing first or last stints, and the drivers who are more comfortable driving on their own, just putting in the lap times without being pressured, middle stints. That is one way how you could organize your endurance team, and we'll just see whether that is the case here. But it looks like Alex Kurto is still in the car. So Ivana not racing yet? Maybe Ivana's only taking the last stint then. However, Psycho Kaiser is now in the car and behind Bruce Miller by 6.5 seconds. So the undercut did work.
Fair enough.
Daniel Hearn here in the meanwhile. He started the race. He's taking the second middle stint, and that means Ben Brown is probably going to finish it. With Albert Jersch back in the car. Santos is back in the Nissan. Last is back in the Porsche, which Hearn is right now coming up to. See, taking just a bit of a tighter line through there. Seems like Last is letting Daniel
Letting him
Hearn
die.
through.
Yeah.
I have to say though, at this moment, props to our number 99 Nissan. Still in the top 10.
I mean, yeah, they're pushing Godzilla for all it's worth.
Yes. That is amazing to see, having such non-meta picks being up there and battling.
As they work their way around the chicane. Getting a nice smooth run off the start-finish line. Into the nice sharp kink. And now Young's going to be coming up into the most dangerous section of Spa so far today.
Yeah, it's called out quite a few people so far. And Di Pedrillo again called out, this time on Blanchimont.
Yeah, it seems those it seems the high-speed sections are not agreeing with their setup.
Let's take a look what actually happened. Taking a nice line so far. Oh, getting a bit loose on the entry into Blanchimont. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That was a heavy hit into the tire barrier.
Yeah, that almost looked like lift oversteer for a second. Because they just caught that ugly part of the grass, and that just sent them on their way.
Yeah, and that is definitely a repair moment. And I'm dreading to say it's probably somewhere in the up to 2-minute range of repairs that look very high speed.
Yeah, that car is... Ooh, Psycho Kaiser getting into some trouble as well. The cold tires seem to not agree with it. Yeah, getting that oversteer. Just a little bit of destabilization in the wrong spot there, and it's costly. Nick Poon going in possibly for repairs as well.
Poon is a trooper.
He is. Is he soloing this as
Poon
well?
is soloing this, yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's impressive. Yeah, it's I mean, this is the part of the race where folks are either they're fresh from sitting out for an hour and don't quite have the muscle memory from practice and qualifying, or they've been out for 2 hours at this point and it's starting to kind of get to them. Because I mean, it's draining on focus, especially for the solo drivers. Looks like we cut over to Dale Young, current leader, running the Wild Things McLaren. You can just kind of notice. I think it's as the dirt accumulates, or as like the sun settings change, it gets a bit more obvious that they got the little two-tone thing going on with the paint scheme.
Yeah.
It's nice. A nice little touch.
And also, interesting is the Wild Things Racing, and right behind right now is the Wild Things X EAB Racing. They're on track right behind each other, not in the positions, but that's interesting. That's cool.
That's nice to see.
Of course, the top three are still made up of 3 McLarens. They're all young for Wild Things Racing in leads. Daniel Hearn in second position for Own It Racing, and Chan in third position for Ryden Esports.
And then
Top 3 right now. Bryce Malaire now in P4.
yeah, I mean, after undercutting the Audi, that That actually got him a bit.
Yeah, and
Sometimes the
interestingly,
early pit works.
yeah, and interestingly, he's opened the gap to Psycho Kaiser very heavily, and I think Psycho Kaiser must have some rather big troubles at the moment because before the pits the
Well,
gap was
they did have the slide into the wall, going through.
yeah.
I think that might be some arrow damage.
That's sure. That's probably some arrow damage because Psycho Kaiser is constantly losing time. On top of the 30 seconds that he's currently behind, it is gradually getting more. So I am not sure. I believe I would pit for damage at this point.
Yeah, and it also depends on like how much of it are they noticing.
And Daryl Young has a drive-through.
Oh, oh,
Our race
Oh,
leader
that-
has a drive-through penalty, probably for track limits.
yeah, and with a 17-second gap and a 10-second gap behind that, and the length of Spa's pit lane, that is gonna hurt.
Daryl Young, after the drive-through, is only going to come out in third position. And then, the battle is back on for P1.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, holy hell. Can Daryl Young make up enough time to catch back up with the people after the drive-through? When is he doing the drive-through in the first place?
Yeah, he's gonna have about, let's see, 17, 10, 27 seconds there, so goodness, that long pit lane's probably it's probably 45 seconds on its own, so he's gonna have to make up that. He's probably gonna be about 10, 15 seconds behind by the time he gets out of it.
He is not pitting yet, however. He is keeping it for a while.
Yep.
Polokai right on the back of Di Petrillo. Oh, Di Petrillo goes off.
Petrillo getting into trouble.
And that is a dangerous rejoin there.
A little bit of pucker factor there for everyone involved.
It does not look like there was a touch. And this was...
No. Now, it might have also been the camera angle making it look closer, but that was also very... No, I don't think there was. Like I said, a little bit of pucker factor, but not a touch.
The bad touch stayed out for now. And it looks like Reska Kyoso is edging ever closer towards Psycho Kaiser. Now, only 4 seconds between the two. Watch that gap.
We'll be watching it.
Let's see what of the times actually. Yeah, Psycho. Last time around, Kaiser did a 2:21.5 and Reska a 2:20. Yeah, Kaiser is losing 1.5 seconds per lap.
That's pit time.
Yeah, that should be enough to be pitting. Definitely.
Yep. Especially when you have a field that's this close time-wise.
There's still 30 minutes left in the this stint, which could be extended if you do a bit of repair right in the middle now with a splash of fuel as well.
Yeah, honestly, you could. I don't know the fuel efficiency of the Audi.
I don't think it can make 1.5 hours. I don't think.
Yeah, they might be trying to hold out for another like 10 minutes and try and do like a hour and 20 as just a single stint. But those tires are going to be hurting at the end of it.
That is the next point. I also don't think the tires can hold up 1.5. Well, they can hold up 1.5 hours, but in which state?
Yeah.
But yeah, Reska Kyoso now only 2 seconds behind Psycho Kaiser. This is looking like easy pickings for Reska if he keeps being as much quicker as Psycho. Yeah, again.
Yeah,
now
that
1.9
potential
seconds down.
Yeah, that potential undercut is not looking to be like it would be worth it at this point.
And there's a yellow flag again for Di Petrillo. They are not having the best of days, the Italian team.
No, I think it. I think they either are having some setup issues or something. Like something about the track is not how they were expecting it to be.
It might be. Daryl Young. He needs to pit soon. I think he needs to pit this lap in order to not get disqualified.
Yep. And Bresca Kyoso coming right up on Psycho Kaisa already. Less than a second gap. Looking at about 3/4 second right now and closing.
In the early days of the VTuber racing at tracc.eu, this was one of the battles to watch. Psycho Kaiser versus Rescue Kyoso.
Really?
It was. They were battling for P1, basically. Back in the days with another driver that is not racing anymore. However, those were top of the mark back in the days, and they're showing their pace today again. Unfortunately, strategic decisions on MSRL, I don't think they're making the right decisions here.
I mean, it depends. If they stop for repairs and aren't able to get away and have to make another stop, that's a full minute and a half extra that they'll have to take that second time.
Yeah, but here's Daryl Young in the pits, and Daniel Hearn is almost there. He's on the start finish line already.
11 seconds.
He's overtaking. That is the lead. The lead is over on Daniel Hearn's side now. Own It Racing is now leading the race for the first time today, I believe, because Wild Things Racing have been leading since the start.
Yeah, and Chan isn't that far behind.
The Chan also taking the position in a few seconds. Now, Chan has passed now as well.
Night Last getting into a little bit of a sketchy situation there. Looks like he's keeping it together.
So let's see where... No, just a bit too late on the brakes. There's a yellow flag as well for Albert George, who's losing time quite heavily. I think we're going to need a replay on Albert George as well.
Let's see what happened there.
No. Oh no, I fear I know what happened. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
That was what I feared, and that is massive damage. It doesn't look like it, but oh god, right on the rear as well.
Yeah, it's not the spot you want to have hit.
Okay, now Daryl Young. He does have the purple lap still, but only by 4/10 over Daniel Hearn. And he's now 25 seconds behind Chan.
Yep, he's got an hour and a half to make up those 25 seconds.
Well, not only him, but also his teammate.
Yep.
Presumably, they're going to switch once more. And what was that? Last just not braking for double gauche at all, it seems.
I mean, is it not braking or the taillight's just out?
No, I mean, on the third.
He caught the... yeah, that'll do it.
I thought it was just not braking, but obviously you don't have the braking power when you're on the dirt.
No, I mean, it's not as bad as some other things, but it's...
There's always worse things.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Kazanov has to... Unfortunately, I don't know, is this a scheduled pit? Kazanov was really early last time, and I don't think the Lexus has the fuel efficiency to go for 1.5 hours.
It does not. That V8 is thirsty.
Yeah. So maybe it was a bit of a missed strategy last time around. I don't know.
Eventually?
All we know is that Reska Kyoso is catching up to Psycho Kaiser. Wait, why didn't he overtake earlier?
I'm not sure. I think we missed. I think
see.
we missed what
Oh.
the answer to that question was.
No, last time around, Psycho Kaiser weirdly lost 1.5 seconds on the average pace right now. And Reska Kyoso lost 1.5 seconds. And Psycho Kaiser is actually back on pace.
Okay. Might have just been a mental reset then.
Might be. Maybe the aero damage is not as heavy as initially thought. But Psycho Kaiser is, again, able to do the low 220s, which most of the field around this area is now doing.
All right, that means we get our vintage track battle.
The vintage, vintage, sure. There's one way to call it.
Mm-hmm.
The old dogs fighting it out.
Yeah.
Psycho Kaiser, obviously, he was the what was it? He was the champion of IBGTC Season 2, I believe, which is was the second installment of our VTuber League.
That was when it was still in race room, right?
I'm not sure if he won the last race room or the first ACC one. I think he won the last race room championship.
Oh, I apologize. I had some weird sort of vertigo there. I thought that was Reska driving completely off track. Turns out the perspective just messed with me.
Sometimes the cameras are weird in here. However, Reska Kyoso is very close now to Psycho Kaiser. Reska Kyoso almost having put in a personal best lap right now with a 2:19.185. Really catching up to Psycho Kaiser. Really wanting that position and really wanting to gain back the positions lost to that earlier wheel cutout.
Yeah, and it's I mean, and that's for halfway through the stint, almost matching a personal best is. That's when you are moving.
Yes, that is a really strong showing by Reska Kyoso. Honestly, I don't know when usually Reska Kyoso shines the most, but it seems like when the tires start to fade, that is when Reska Kyoso is strong. At least right now with this car.
It might just be at that ideal level of slip angle that you start to get. You can really work it the way you want to.
But either Psycho Kaiser is responding now, or that was just a one-off amazing lap for Kyoso.
Yeah.
Because the gap... Oh, now the gap has closed up a bit.
Yeah, it's at a quarter second on my screen.
And you know what the interesting thing about this is? Right behind this battle, we have Daniel Hearn, who is currently in the lead. So they are going to get blue flagged in a few corners. Oh, well, a few laps maybe.
Oh,
somewhere
boy.
in between there. Oh!
Ooh, getting a little... Ooh, okay. All right.
I mean, if we gave style points... Wow!
Why did I see the little, like, Tony Hawk score points go up a little bit there?
Oh, that was a power slide.
Yeah. It did cost them
Amazing.
about 3/4 of a second, but it was cool.
Yes, it was cool. As I said, if we gave style points, unfortunately we don't. So, quick update on Daryl Young. He's only 20 seconds behind P2 right now. He is lapping about a second quicker than the leader. And Big Boon off again.
That look.
Okay.
He's all right.
Oh!
Ooh, okay. Ooh, that was.
Okay, so we already lost it at the top of the hill, and now going down the hill. Yeah, just getting loose on accelerate.
That is cooked tires. Possibly from the slide.
could also be a bit of suspension damage. We don't know what happened exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, Reska Kyoso still on the
Working.
back. Psycho Kaiser.
Looks like they're whittling that gap back down after the cool slide.
Yeah. And last.
Ooh, and Night Last getting into trouble.
Let's see, up. Radio. Oh, losing it.
Yep. Almost catching it.
Keeping it between the walls, though. Just a little dab at the end there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have now Reska Kyoso side by side with Psycho Kaiser, and it seems like Reska Kyoso has the upper hand, drifting through Blanchimont again, being off track now, and that is going to lose a bit of time. However, he's in front.
But they're around. That's a way to get an overtake.
And now Daniel Hearn is right behind them.
Possibly wondering, what are you two doing? What am I walking into?
Honestly, if I was sitting behind this, watching this, I would probably stay behind that a bit. But yeah, now that Reska is through, I think Reska has the better pace. But now they're side by side. Is Psycho going to let off and let the owner driver pass? Yeah, not an issue. However, Daniel Hearn still gotta catch Reska Kyoso. Oh, and it looks like this was not the best place for Psycho Kaiser to let Hearn pass. Losing quite a bit of time there.
No, you have to carry a lot of speed through there, and you kind of had to give it up.
But yeah, Reska will see. Reska is should now be blue flagged. Should see that faster driver is right behind. That Ferrari rear is really loose.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're making it work.
Yeah, Reska Kyoso now maybe trying to get a bit of the lines of Daniel Hearn.
They're trying to maybe even catch some slipstream and try and carry up through.
Yeah,
make their way up to, potentially make their way up to Milare.
I think it's a bit too late for slipstream already. Like, it seems like Daniel Hearn already has quite a nice advantage.
Yeah.
But at least watching a bit of the lines through that section right there was, I guess it's pretty much the most technical section of the track. They just went through, getting the right lines, the right braking points there. It's probably very helpful for Reska in order to consolidate this current P5 position ahead of Psycho Kaiser.
Yeah, kind of like you said, they are different cars, but they're both mid-engined and very, very stable mid-engines at that.
Yeah. Yeah, Psycho Kaiser now P6 right now. Still 3 seconds behind Reska Kyoso.
Yeah, it seems that run-up cost Psycho quite a bit.
Flirting with the track limits for Radio.
I mean, they want that time back, I imagine.
Yeah, and Satsura wants to gain a position there on Albert George.
Curious to see if that damage makes the difference or not.
I mean, Satsura in the last few corners has caught up by a half a second, so we'll see whether they can keep this up. It's also the battle of the McLaren versus the Aston. There is a bit of an advantage for the McLaren usually in the current BOP of ACC. But you also got to remember that Satsura is a solo driver, so he's coming towards the end of his third full hour of driving.
Yeah, they're gonna be tired. Like, although I guess there's not gonna be much of a fight for it. Albert's gonna let him have it.
I mean, Albert is a smart driver. Albert knows when to do what, basically. Like in an endurance race, I think he's a bit more on the conservative side usually in an endurance race. So it's not surprising that he's letting past Tsutsura, knowing that he has a bit of damage on the vehicle.
Yeah, it makes sense. You can sometimes you lose more time defending than you would just letting them by.
Exactly, because you need to change your lines, you need to change everything about your driving style, and then you're also prone to making more mistakes because
You're changing your
you
driving
are
style. Like,
yes, you are still in the flow a bit, but you need to change it up really much when you're defending. You cannot really get into the flow per se.
yeah, it doesn't have that nice steady rhythm that just kind of running your laps does.
Yeah. And Albert Josh, yellow flag, went shortly off track there, it seems. Losing about a second, and Poon not having the best of days.
No. But Ferrari is getting its share of battle scars today.
Let's see, there is Daniel Hearn coming right up on Poon. What's going to happen into these corners? Oh, it's just getting a bit loose on the curbs. Oh.
Getting into Hearn though.
Yeah, that was okay. That was maybe a few seconds of damage. I don't think Hearn would have felt that as much.
No.
But Poon
felt it.
Poon should be thinking about pitting for damage.
Yes. Especially because the front of that car is looking a little rough. And
A little bit.
And that front downforce is important especially on a GT3 car like these.
Yeah. Although I honestly I don't know how ACC simulates aerodynamics being affected by damage.
I don't know either. I'd imagine that has an effect, but
well, it must have an effect. But
yeah, yeah.
Does damage on the front really affect front aero, for example, or does it affect overall aero? We don't know that kind of stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, Nick Poon staying out for now, being a trooper.
Yep. He's got almost 3/4 of it done. It's kind of a finish strong type affair. Well, Albert,
So
looks like that rear damage is actually getting him a bit loose. Saw the tail wanting to kick out a few times there.
Yeah, but
like
Albert. Yeah, Albert is just trying to save it for the next pit stop, however. Because obviously the pits are very long. We're coming towards the end of the pits of the third stint now. So I just think he wants to just save it for the next few laps to give it to Seong KP, who would preferably do a bit of a longer stint in the end.
Yeah.
Let's see, actually.
I mean, it's almost at the point where they could maybe get away with it now, but at the same time, hour and 10 minutes on tires is...
Now, but last lap, Albert George did a 2:22.1. There's about 1.52 seconds down on what he's usually able to do.
Yeah, so that damage is having its effect.
Yeah. Daryl Young, let's get a bit of an update on him. He's only 13 seconds behind Chan now. Having done the best lap of this stint with a 2:17.9
Yep. And he's
in the last lap.
dang. He's
Uh,
cooking.
yeah, only in the first stint there was a quicker lap than that, and that was a 2:17.4 by Daryl Young. Actually, there was a 2:17.8 also in the first stint by Daniel Hearn, which is also quicker than that. But yeah, Daryl Young now really gaining traction, and that last lap was 1.5 seconds quicker than Chan, so he's really trying to get that position. And there's a yellow flag for Tetsura.
Ooh.
That's
What happened there?
Going through Speaker's corner there. Up into double gauche, there's a blue flag situation with Lehmann right in front. No, not Lehmann. Katsanos for JP Motorsport.
Ooh.
Oh, and they're touching.
And they get into each other going into the turn.
I almost saw this happening earlier when Kyoso was lapping Katsanos. But this time it really happened.
Yep. I mean, turn entry is not a fun time to be side by side, especially if you aren't 100% on what each driver's line is going to be.
Yeah. Interestingly, Tetsura has driven out a large enough gap in order to still just be able to be in front of Albert George now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially going into a corner, you kind of just, even if when you know the car's there, you kind of instinctively go for the apex. So it's just fighting your muscle memory.
Fighting your muscle memory. Oh, that is... Oh!
Something happened there.
Yeah, that is, again, JP Motorsports getting on the grass during braking, it looked like.
Yeah. Looked like they got a little...
Let's take a look.
Okay then.
Interesting. The stewards are not gonna like that.
No. No, that's not good.
What happened tonight last then? Oh, losing it a bit into Lecum.
The Porsche moment happened. Yeah. That 99 that Porsche is can be very fickle towards the late part of a stint. It is. I don't know if it's the rear engine configuration or just the car itself, but it is not kind to your rear tires. It looks like Nick Poon did go in to take care of that damage. As well as Albert going to get that fixed, possibly handed off to Ivano for that final stint. Meanwhile, David Young has worked that gap to second down to 9 seconds.
Yeah, Daryl really wants to get that position back.
I mean, they were holding on to it pretty well.
This is interesting though, because Daryl is gaining so much time right now. I don't think he has shown his true pace until that drive-through.
Yeah, he might have just been chilling that whole time, which, I mean, if he's in the lead and it's a comfortable gap, yeah, save that energy for when you have moments like this where it's a drive-through and you need to send it. Because it's turning into a little bit of a heroic drive here.
Also heroic was Albert Jursch saving it up until now, going to the pits now in order to probably give it over to Sion KP for the last stint of the race.
Yeah, they held it together very nicely.
Actually, let me check something. South Korea time. It's almost 2 a.m. in South Korea.
Oh,
Oh boy.
for a late night.
Sion KP is going for a ride at 2 a.m. Let's go.
That's why they have a Red Bull livery. That makes sense now.
What do you mean?
Red Bull's an energy drink.
Oh. Also seems like Albert Jursch is continuing driving right now.
Oh, just disregard. I mean, he could still be drinking Red Bull. Stay awake, alert. I don't know his sleep schedule.
Yeah, sure.
They aren't just a racing team.
Apparently.
Yeah, evidently. I don't know who drinks it. It's not very good.
Well, let me tell you, as a person from Austria, it is the most consumed energy drink in Austria.
Really?
Because Red Bull is an Austrian mark, so
That makes sense.
it makes sense in that regard. However, personally, the taste of it, as well as the fact that it costs 4 times as much as non-brand name energy drinks, well, they gotta get the money for sponsoring their race teams and whatever other events they have somehow.
Indeed.
But yeah, at least they are actually selling their energy drinks that they're marketing.
Yeah.
In stark contrast to other racing teams that are still going on.
Ah, yes. F1 sponsorships. There's got to be a documentary on that somewhere.
Not only in F1, interestingly, the same thing is happening in the MotoGP paddock as well. So,
Really?
yeah.
Oh, wow. I think NASCAR had a few like that, but NASCAR also just has weird stories, like people just bluffing their way onto the track.
Wasn't there a story in NASCAR at some point that there was a driver who said he had some successful history in stock car racing, and then actually he didn't know anything about racing at all and just ran off with everything after one weekend or something?
Correct. That's who I was referencing. I'm trying to remember the fellow's name, but he essentially said, like, he said he had this history, like you said. He didn't run off with any sort of, like, rewards or prize or anything. They didn't let him race. They were just like, what the heck? What are you doing, man?
Yeah. But yeah, I saw that. I think I saw that on Slapshoe's YouTube channel in a documentary.
I had an iRacing livery based on that one for a little while.
Okay.
It was actually a pretty slick looking car. It was like black with gold highlights.
Ooh. Almost reminds me of another energy drink.
Yep. Yeah, you could say he was a real rock star about it.
Lovely. Okay, Poon is in the pits again, probably for the last scheduled pit stop of the race, and thankfully so, looking at the state of that front.
Yeah, I mean, probably not I think he's got pretty good odds of being able to finish this thing out, see it through.
Yeah. Ooh.
I hate that turn so much.
Yeah, me too. To be quite honest, that is the most evil turn in a pit lane I know. But yeah, Chan
It's
is
up
now
there.
also in the pits and has therefore basically given up P2 for now to Daryl Young. Let's
Yep.
see if Daryl Young can manage the overcut. It was like a 5-second gap before Chan went into the pits.
Yeah. Well, oh yeah, because Young still has to pit, doesn't he?
Yeah, right. They have to pit once more.
Yep.
And
I mean,
presumably giving up the car to the teammates Koros afterwards as well.
yep. Now he did manage. I mean, geez, he was at like 13 seconds, 10 minutes. He's going fast. I don't know. The math is
Rapido.
escaping me right now, but he's schmoving.
That
So
is an understatement, I would say. But yeah, he is rapid,
yeah,
Daryl Young.
he found
But
the Eurobeat button.
he's 30 seconds behind the lead now, and that is going to get interesting whether he can or they can catch up all of the 30 seconds. And
Yeah, you're
Toro,
looking at about 2 seconds a minute, and oh boy, Toro getting into trouble. Looks good so far. What happened
probably,
here?
yeah.
Yep,
Nikum is catching out
Nikum.
again. Yeah, the inside curb there.
Yeah, that Ferrari is being very oversteery for them today, it seems.
It's interesting. The inside curb there is seems to be so slippery to many different drivers. Not only Di Petrillo, but also the Porsche team.
Yeah,
Having had much troubles with their Poon as well.
it might. I mean, it might be folks who prefer their looser setups who are getting into trouble with it.
Yeah.
There are also, a lot of folks on their last legs with tires.
Let's see. We have Wild Things Racing XEAB in the back there, getting lapped right now by Daniel Hearn. We're on 76 laps, so we're going to get over 100 laps in this
Pretty
race.
comfortably, yeah.
It's cool. It's cool.
It's good to see.
100 laps. That is like 700 kilometers around Spa. Amazing.
Oh, little over 300 miles for non-EU
Is that
folks.
300? I thought it was more.
It's more. It's because 500 kilometers would be about 300 miles. So
It is.
I can do metric good when it's metric to metric. Metric to imperial is not fun.
It is 434.96 miles. So about 450 miles.
Yeah. The Belgium 450.
The Belgium 450, yes. And Tsutsura is in the pits. Probably the last scheduled pit stop of the day for them.
I scheduled one anyways.
Yeah. And Miller is also going into the pits right now after briefly being in P3 there.
Got that taste of the podium.
Yeah. Well, Miller, I mean, solo driver being up that high, that is incredible.
That is impressive. To be like 3 hours in, I'm already like I'm gonna need some water, maybe a nap. But he's got another hour to go.
Yeah. Behind that, also Santos and Last are both entered the pits, so it's going to be probably Cody Lionheart and what was the name of our Slovakian friend again?
Oh geez, I do not know.
Rant. Right.
Rent. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it should be easy to remember, right? It's an
It
English
should.
word. But
I
yeah,
mean, listen, we got 30 drivers to keep track of.
that is true. But yeah, it looks like Cody Lionheart and Rant. Let me quickly get Mateusz Rant uh, will probably look their teams to the end.
Just like
There we
it.
go. There we go. Both of them pulling into their pit stalls.
Den du bist
Uh,
so. What
and the
does that
thing
say
is,
on the wing?
what, uh, because because you are kawaii enough, sweet enough.
That's good. That's a contender for favorite liveries. At, at, at,
So
at
yeah,
least to me.
Ocha Ocha. I don't know what Ocha Ocha is. I don't know if that is anything real. Let me quickly Google it. Oh, yes. Yes, Ocha Ocha is actually a no added sugar tea drink that you can buy. Interesting.
Oh.
God. All right. I mean that's not a good tagline. Because you're sweet enough. If
Is
it's a
that?
no sugar added thing, yeah, that's cool.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, maintaining that top 10 as well.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
It's cool. It is really cool to see them being able to do this. All right, we're in the last hour, and I read something earlier that there might have been some technical difficulties on the side of Ivano, Ekim Aliboran Shensoy, the teammate of Alex Curto.
Oh, connection
What
issues or wheel issues?
I heard earlier that the wheel wasn't being recognized.
Ooh, that's not good.
If that is a persisting issue, Alex might have to finish the race on his own then. We're not hoping for it. Ekim Aliboran Shenso is still in the race chat in the Discord channel. So they're at least available. Oh, and Cody Line getting a bit loose there.
Yeah.
Braking a bit too late. But what's the gap to Julian Metzner behind? It's a bit over a minute. So Cody Lionheart pretty much in no man's land right now.
Yeah, he's doing that comfy, like that kind of. I mean, at least to me, it's comfy when you have like a lot of space in front of and behind you, and you just kind of enjoy the car and the track and keep yourself nice and calm. It's almost meditative at times. But either way, he's going to be kind of vibing in the space he has carved out for himself. And he doesn't seem to have much pressure to push too hard, so he can kind of keep the car together and have a wonderful time of it.
I was just trying to make a bad joke, but
Uh,
yeah. I mean,
like
I was trying.
bad, like I can't say on stream bad, or bad
Nah,
like not
I was
funny.
I was trying to find a pun, but I didn't find it. Like you said something about just vibing, and that immediately reminded me of that video vibing in the Ritz car.
Ah,
But yeah,
driving in the
unfortunately,
Nissan.
yeah, vibing in the Nissan. Yeah. But what happened here? Oh, JP
He scuffed
Motorsport
the
getting
paint.
unsettled there, and that is the front popped up again.
Yep.
Paraskewas Katsanos.
Ooh.
Sounds like a Greek person from Germany.
Yeah. Looks like it's persisting because they're going very wide
No, I think
in a lot of
this is just
places.
because they try to let past the front
Ah,
runners in this case.
that makes sense. Uh-oh. So they're doing now. They're past.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they have now done what they shouldn't have done, which is scratch the livery.
I mean, one side of it looks like it's still all right.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bit of dirt accumulation all around. So.
Yeah, that'll buff out. It's fine. Let's put more stickers on it.
Just imagine. They're going into the pits. Daniel Hearn is pitting now. Now it's going to be interesting to see when Darrell Young is coming in. Imagine that car, the sticker bomb, just going in, the front bumpers hanging off. How do they do not tape it up with Gorilla Tape? They tape it up with stickers.
Yeah. Stickers and like literal band-aids.
Oh my god, giant band-aid, imagine that.
They make them. I've seen a few. I kind of want one, but I don't have anything broken on my car, so I can't. That turn. That turn is cursed. That's one of those like, do you need a pit speed limiter when you have that?
Well, you need a pit speed limiter, but you still need to brake because you can
Yep.
only go through there with about 30 km/h or 20 miles.
Yep.
So yeah. Okay, Darrell Young has now inherited the lead, but still, obviously, there's one pit stop missing for them.
Yep. I think they're going for the big undercut.
The big undercut.
The big one. Trying to get 2 and 1.
Yeah,
And
right.
with the idea of when they come out, they'll potentially have those fresher tires.
That's correct. But also, I don't think we have seen Reska Kyoso Psycho Kaiser pit yet.
No, we haven't.
So it's going to be interesting to see when they come in, because Bryce Miller is probably going to re-inherit P4.
Yeah, timing looks about right for it. Especially
really?
if he's on fresh and Reska and Psycho are not.
Yeah. Reska really has been pulling in the gap. And now getting into the pits. There we go. 20 seconds ahead of Psycho Kaiser is Reska right now.
Yep, and I think Malari is about 45 behind Psycho.
Yeah.
So close.
But no cigar.
Might be a fight between Reska and Malari at the end of this.
I don't think
Might
60
No.
seconds, 65 seconds is enough for a pit stop. No.
No.
There's Psycho Kaiser now, going actually into La Source, inheriting the position for now from Reska Kyoso. However, still having to pit afterwards. Not necessarily to drive a swap, but...
The pit, at the very least.
Yeah. Exactly. Having to pit a bit. Splash and dash. Bit of tire swapping as well, because probably those tires are going to be used to Hallenbeck right now.
Yep.
But it's also interesting because this is the Audi. We don't see much of the Audi, don't we?
No, not for a while. I remember seeing them like everywhere before the 1.9.
Yeah.
And like not even just the new ones. Like it was a spat. Some folks liked the older ones better.
Yeah. The older ones, of course, they needed a bit of more setup work, but to make them drivable for the personal driving style, the newer one is a bit more friendly for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a solid all-rounder.
yeah, but it's cool to see it not being a million miles off.
Yeah. I mean, it's putting the work in.
It is. Let's see, Psycho Kaiser. Last time it was a 2:22.4. So let's see if he's putting this time around. Ooh, that might have been a track limit.
Yep.
But this is one of the interesting things that I will be looking forward for this last stint. How many
Just
people?
seeing what everyone's push lap is.
Now, how many people are still going to get the drive-through for track limits?
Yeah. Well, it looks like Ruby Acosta's taken over.
Ruby Acosta's taken over. That probably means that Rescue is now out of the car and probably up
On
to
their way
dry racing.
Yep, and on their way to Le Mans.
On the way to Le Mans. The Petit Le Mans. Where's the Petit Le Mans, actually?
Yeah, what is the distance to that? I have to wonder.
Petit Le Mans. Now, what racetrack is it even? Taking that flying with the Concorde.
No, well, with the Concorde, maybe.
Well, it would be a 4-hour flight still.
Yeah. I missed the Concorde.
Well, do you really?
No, I was not personally, but the concept.
I missed the Droop Snoop.
The Droop Snoot was pretty good.
Oh my god! Someone was stopped at the top of Radillon there. I think it was Poon.
Poon, and then. Well, no, that's Psycho going.
I think it was Poon stopped, and then Psycho and what was the name? Psycho and Tatsura crashing into that.
Yeah, that was serious.
Oh no, and that Audi is looking a lot less happy, and Tatsura immediately reset to the pits.
Yeah, let me go back a little bit, see what. Yeah, because that was.
That really does not look healthy, that Audi.
No.
But he's got the hazard lights on, so everyone knows he's not healthy.
Yeah.
Also, the white flags are out. He's going so slow. This is so sad.
Oh, that hurts.
But on the positive, good that he hasn't pit yet, right? For his last mandatory pit stop.
That is true. That is true.
So at least he doesn't have to go to the pits twice now.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Yes. It could be worse. Oh, God. Oh. He's letting other people pass, but yeah.
Yeah. It's not the steering linkage given out yet. Just hold on a little bit more out. Oh, that looked awkward from the camera angle.
That looked really awkward. But yeah, Psycho Kaiser, he's saving it back into the pits there. I mean, the big question that I only have right now, is he going to make the sharp corner? Or is the steering so damaged that he doesn't make it?
Oh, that's tough.
That'll be the question for me right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
because
obviously,
Like getting a
Yeah.
tow is like a serious time thing for an ACC, from what I remember.
But luckily, he managed to go back into the pits now. Tsatsura still with the steering locked. Wait, could this be the moment actually? Oh, I think this is the moment for the Nissan.
Oh,
I think the
hang
Nissan is getting
on.
P9.
Yeah, it could be.
Tsatsura is still stationary in the pits, and the Nissan. Cody Lionheart up into P10.
Yeah, I think steering lock is like a full minute.
More than that, I believe.
Oh, yeah, that's... Ooh,
3 minutes or something.
3 minutes. Oh, ooh. Yeah, that's... Oof. Poon having a bad time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Unfortunately, this is not a surprise at this point.
no, I mean, that car's pretty beat up. It's been a rough race.
And I believe Ben Brown has been caught up in a rejoin from Poon.
Oh.
I just read something suggesting that.
Was that earlier contact? Or was that Pinelli?
Oh no, sorry. Okay, sorry. No, I'm a Sorrel. I just confused two drivers. I'm so stupid. Emma Zarel might have been caught up in a rejoin fiasco. Oh, because there was Poon at the top of the
Yep.
Radillon. I think that is the situation. That was
Yeah, because
referenced.
they caught them and then caught Satsura up as well.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was that big one.
Stewards are gonna have to have a look at that. I can promise you that much.
Yeah, that was not a fun one.
So far from what I'm seeing, all incidents have been tracked, so
Yep.
that's at least something.
Yep.
Right. So 40 minutes before the end of the race, let's take a bit of a breather and take a look at the positions again. Daryl Young is currently in P1 for Wild Things Racing. Ben Brown is in P2 for Owned Racing. Law is in P3 for Ryden Esports. Malaire is in P4, driving alone, solo today, for Power Max Autosport. Ruby Acosta is in P5, driving for Mirror United VRT X Queen's Design Racing. Alex Curto is in P6, currently in the pits, driving for Wild Things X EAB Racing. Albert Jersh is in P7 right now, driving his Aston Martin for Pannon Formula. Psycho Kaiser is in P8, now back out of the pits in the Audi, driving for Technoburst MSRL Racing. Cody Lionheart in the Nissan is in P9, having inherited that position from Tsatsura, driving for Hardgas Racing. Julian Metzner is in P10 currently, driving alone, having inherited the top 10 position, driving for Aora Esports. Tsatsura, having been caught up in a tangle at the top of Radillon earlier, is now in P11, driving solo for Terminal B. Rant is currently in P12, the driver for CRS Racing in the Porsche, battling through in the only Porsche. Polo Kai is currently in P13, driving for... where is it? Driving for Yukai Racing, obviously. Why don't I remember that? Tim Lehmann is currently in P14, driving for JP Motorsport. Oh no, sorry, for last but not least, but JP Motorsport in game.
Mhm.
Kazanov is driving alone in P15 for Agathon Racing. P16 is Poinelli for Toro Loco, and P17 is Poon driving alone for CUFR Dropouts. That's the current standing, 37 minutes before the end of the race. And Daryl Young is now in the pits. This is going to get interesting once more.
He's gonna have some. That's a long stint.
That was a long stint, so now they're doing pretty much splash and dash. I wonder if they are switching tires as well. Probably.
I would, personal. Well,
So where is Daryl Young right now?
yeah.
He's coming into the pits right now. He's not in his pit stall yet. Ben Brown is 40 seconds behind right now. This is not going to be enough time. He's not going to have undercut Ben Brown as well. But
No, but he's gonna have enough time to make some kind of run at it, I think.
yeah, and I think he's also going to have P2 in the back.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. It's showing 68 seconds for me, but that's previous sector.
Yeah, Ben Brown is now only 10 seconds behind, almost with him. 3 seconds coming up right now beside him, and Ben Brown is now in the lead. Let's see, when is Daryl Young getting dropped? Is he switching
Now.
drivers? No.
He's going for it.
Daryl Young is staying in. He's 10 seconds behind Ben Brown right now. That is a bit increasing still. He managed to undercut Law without a problem. 20 seconds gained. However, 16 seconds behind Ben Brown now. 16 seconds in 35 minutes.
That's a little under half a second a lap. That might be doable. I don't know if he took tires or not. If he's on fresh, or if he's just a madman, he might be able to. We might see a very close finish this time. This is a repeat of Coda almost. Only instead of it being a two-stop strategy, buying the time, it was a drive-through.
We'll have to see how.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, this could get really close.
I'd grab my popcorn, but I don't want to make those noises into the microphone.
Well, I have something for that as well, but again, it's been lying here. Same reason. Don't want to make the sounds into the microphone.
Yep. I mean, my coffee's gone cold, so I'm gonna pour it on some ice.
I mean, you don't need coffee with that amount of action that we've had so far in the last 3.5 hours.
That is true. That is actually, I mean, if I needed the coffee, I'd have drank it, obviously.
But yeah, Poinelli trying to get a bit of pace behind Ikim. Ikim is in the car. For the final stint, they managed to get the wheel working.
He got it going. All right.
So let's see, what can Ikim? I think our only Turkish driver today on the grid do in the BMW. I mean, that is usually a match made in heaven. Turkish person and the BMW.
I'll be honest, I'm used to seeing him in the Lamborghini, and he was pretty quick in that. Yeah. BMW is weird to me because at least for me personally, coming from the Porsche and the Ferrari, it felt very comfy to drive, but it felt weird, and I don't have a means of articulating the way it felt weird.
I don't have
Yeah.
any experience with the BMW M4, to be quite honest, so I don't know how it drives. I just know as a front engine car, it has its advantages over other cars surrounding him, but, well, I think
It's
there's a bit of a
very,
mid-engine domination around here so far.
there kind of is. I mean, look at our top five.
Yeah.
I will say, as far as front engines go, the BMW felt the most nimble of them for me,
Okay.
but it was a very understeery type of nimble. Like, it would make the
Understeering.
turn, and if it didn't, it would. I mean, it almost felt like a front wheel drive at times. I could not get the back end kicked out, but that could have also been the setup, because I was using same setup as Blanc Ryuzaki did, because we were racing Monza with it,
Hmm.
and he tends to favor understeery.
Let's see. I think we need to go back to the front because Darrell Young is only 3 seconds behind Ben Brown now.
Well, that was fast.
Now, I mean, there was an issue for Ben Brown last lap around because it was a 2:30 the last time he came across the start finish
Okay.
line.
Okay, that makes sense. I was about to say, like, but
There must have been an issue for the Own It car.
yeah, there had to, like, he either caught a curb a bit too much, got destabilized, or traffic or something.
Look at that line through running there for Darrell Young. That was
Oh,
almost track
wow.
limit. Well, yeah, I mean, whew.
I mean, he served his track limit penalty. I don't know if they happened faster after the first one, but
If you serve it, then no, you again have the 4 or the 3 warnings, and then you get the penalty.
that means he's got 3.
If you serve it, you get back to 0.
Yeah.
So yeah, he might have a few. He might have a few warnings right now already amassed. Oh, no,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
close.
that's looking.
He's really pushing now, Darrell.
He can taste it. I mean, he's already at 2 seconds on my screen, so.
And it's still 13 minutes in the race.
Yeah, he's making his play for it. I think that's visible. I think he can see him now. He's in his sights.
And I'm not sure. Maybe there's a bit of damage on Brown's McLaren.
He did get tagged by one of the cars earlier on. But that that Ferrari snap.
But yeah, can we take a look at Ben Brown's McLaren right now real quick? Because that does not look all too healthy. It's a bit scratched.
That's had a bit of the troubles.
Oh yeah, and now
And Young's gonna capitalize on that.
definitely. But how soon is the question?
I almost think it's gonna happen before the end of this lap.
I think at the end of Camel Straight.
Yeah.
Because Darrell Young does not strike me as a person who wastes any time.
No, it's gonna be as soon as he has a moment. Ooh, Camel Straight, not even. Camel Straight.
Camel Corner.
Who cares?
Not even Camel Straight. What was that?
If gap car. Jeez. That is a move.
That is just domination. Darrell Young just wants to show that he is the dominant force around here.
Dang. Okay. You made the point.
That was a point well made. That is.
Yeah.
Oh. Now imagine he keeps on pushing, and he gets another drive-through.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, if he got the drive-through there, that would have put a damper on it.
I wouldn't have been surprised, to be quite honest. We've seen him go rather straight, rather directly through running a number of times now. But I think he's just right on the line there.
Yeah, like he knows the spots.
Yeah, and he's already gained 2 seconds now on Ben Brown. The technical sector. This is. I mean, Daryl. I was warned about Daryl from his teammate, Alex. I forgot the name.
Yeah.
Alex Curto, yeah. Because they're both racing for Wild Things. I was warned that Daryl is a beast. Is rapido.
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't expect this, however.
No. I mean, and then for Young to overtake him like that, like, whew, okay.
Yeah.
Gauntlet has been thrown down.
That was a more normal line through there.
Yeah. He's got it out of his system, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, he did the fastest lap of the race last lap. There was a 2:16.96. Yeah, I mean, fresh tires, low fuel, not max fuel.
Yeah, fresh tires, low fuel, being powered by Let's Go.
Poinelli now back into the pits.
Yep. Taking care of some of the damages. We go into the last 25 minutes. Jeez. I'm still kind of reeling from that.
Yeah. Most of the grid seems to have sort of now gotten their positions.
Yeah, they're settled in. Metzner's starting to crawl up on Lionheart a little bit. It's 13 seconds.
Yeah, but they have finally settled in after 3.5 hours. After 3.5 hours, this is the first time there's not an active battle on track.
That's an endurance race.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see for the last 24.5 minutes if there's anyone that can catch up. The closest gap at the moment, of course, is Daryl. It's Cody Lionheart to Psycho Kaiser. What is happening there? What happened to Psycho?
They're looking to get their lap back, it looks like. Unless I'm looking at the wrong... Well, no, it's saying 4 laps, so... Oh, or they're just on the cusp of it? 2 laps? Yeah, I guess they might have reeled them in after that pit, maybe? And Julian Metzner is starting to reel in a little bit. It looked, at least looking at the splits, he's at 13 earlier, now he's down in the mid-12s.
Yeah, I mean that's gaining position back by Psycho there was losing Cody a bit of ground.
Yeah. Ooh, even more, 9 seconds. Well, 9.7. But Cody's also starting to get more into the less of the battle part of it and more of the catch-up part of it, which means he'll be able to free up some speed. Although Metzner being in that Ferrari, it's going to have an edge over the Nissan.
Yeah. This was a 2:24.1 for Cody Lionheart and a 2:20.7 for Metzner. Let's see how the pace of Lionheart evolves now that there's basically clear track.
Yeah.
Oh, and there was a bit of yellow flag there for Metzner real quick. Maybe going a bit wide at La Source.
Yeah, it might have been. I mean, because he looks okay, or he looked okay before we went into the replay.
Oh!
Ooh.
Oh, touching the wall on the inside there.
Yeah.
I mean, that is something that I was always afraid of.
Yeah.
Luckily, it has never happened to me so far, but I think this is the first time I actually saw anyone.
Yeah, I always took that turn very wide because of that. It's scary. Scary wall.
That is a scary wall. And Julian, thank you for showing us why it is a scary wall.
Yeah.
But yeah, Julian Metzner. I'm just looking at the list, and Miller seems to be yellow flagged.
Oh.
Turn around. What happened at the end of the Camel Straight? Maybe just losing the braking point? Maybe again it's the inside curb being slippery. It wouldn't be the first time we saw that today.
No, it's been nabbing people left and right. Might have just been his turn for it.
Oh, and it's just getting a bit too...
Yep, it was his turn for
quickly. Just going a bit too quickly through there.
Yeah, at least at least he came out pointed mostly the right way.
Yeah. Also, undamaged. The car is undamaged. Like, nothing happened there.
I think that's been his first spin of his only spin of the race so far, I think.
Might have been. And that is like 3 hours and 40 minutes in. That is impressive.
Yeah.
Because obviously Bryce Miller is of our solo drivers here today, the number one.
Yep. He's I mean honestly he's killing it out there.
And second best of our solo drivers is in P10 Julian Metzner, who is slowly but surely gaining in Cody Lionheart.
Yeah, he's got it back down to 8 even after that the touch and go.
Yeah. Just like Cody had a bit of trouble last lap doing a 2:23.4. Julian Metzner, even with that incident, a 2:22.4. So a whole second saved last lap around.
Yep.
And there's a yellow flag for Psycho Kaiser and Polo Kai at the same moment.
Did they get into each other?
They are on different parts of the track, but let's see what Polo Kai... Oh, there's Polo Kai with Own It! What is happening?
I don't like the looks of... Yeah,
Don't
Flash to get
fight
by.
the front runners. Just...
Oh, he didn't fight the front runners. He just lost it. Okay.
Yeah.
I
mean, he did fight the front runners there on the straight.
Oh, he did?
Well, yeah, He was side by side with Ben Brown, and then suddenly was in front. So yeah. And Julian Metzner down to 6.6 seconds. But as well, Cody Lionheart 5.5 seconds behind Psycho Kaiser.
Yeah, Cody might have to.
There's a lap down.
Yeah, I think Cody might have to fight for that fight to hold that 9th position. Coming into this last bit of the race.
Now this is going to be another fight for P9.
I think so. I think not for another couple minutes, but yeah.
It's going to happen because the gap is already down to 5.5 seconds now.
Okay, yeah.
Doesn't seem like Lionheart really has the pace right now towards these ending stages of the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's even for team drivers, it's been a bit. It's been a bit.
It's been a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a I don't have a better way of saying that. Like,
It has been a bit. Like, driving 2 hours at a time is already draining.
yeah. When a lot of them teammates are acting as spotters or helping out in other ways, and they're not like. You could maybe take a 45-minute nap, but is that a good idea or not is questionable.
A 45-minute nap. Yeah.
Naps are important. Naps are very important.
I mean, yeah, sure, but during a 4-hour race, is it needed there? Or is there like... I would argue that naps or something like that would only be needed starting at 12-hour races.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, maybe not needed, but nice. I mean, it would be nice.
There are other people, however, that cannot really wake up after a nap. Like, they are then grumpy again, like when first getting up in the morning.
You don't drive grumpy? Gotta drive grumpy. Don't
I
drive
don't.
grumpy. Don't ever drive grumpy. Don't ever drive grumpy. It's not a good mood.
We saw earlier what happens when you drive grumpy.
Yes, yes, we did.
Nah, I'd drive happy.
Yeah. Or at the very least, like, pleasantly content.
Yeah, yeah. That can work as well.
Yeah.
But don't drive sad. That is just...
Don't drive sad. Don't drive angry.
Yeah.
That's how burnout happens. It's not good. It's not good.
It is not. I did not.
I did not.
I
did not hit them in T1. I did not.
Also, I did not see this coming that Julian Metz is already 3.5 seconds
he's
down on Cody Lionheart. He's flying right now.
Oh, Cody's got a fight on his hands. Can you hold off? Can he hold off a Ferrari for 15 minutes? That's a tall order.
If you're a Nissan, that is a very tall order, yes. Oh! But Julian is getting
You're getting a little wide
really,
there.
Yeah. He really wants that position. He really wants to get it.
Yeah, can you fight off a hungry Ferrari? 14 minutes and 30 seconds. It's another tall order.
Another incident for Poon, it seems. Again the inside there.
That
Slippery. It seems like the inside of Lacombe is slippery.
Yeah.
Not only slippery when wet, but also slippery when exist.
Yeah, somebody must sprinkle some sand on there.
Some pebbles, maybe.
Ooh, Pinelli with the drive-through.
Oh, that's just a crown jewel for the day for Toro Loco. It has not been their day, has it?
No. It's been, Spa's been, very cruel to oversteer today.
Yeah. Julian Metzner. This is one Ferrari on a mission.
Yeah. He wants that P9.
Sadly, after that, he's going to have more than a lap gap. So
Yeah.
P9 is the best he can get at this point.
Yep. I mean, he's going to get whatever he can.
Sure. Yeah.
Or, well, whatever he's capable of. I mean, and Cody's going to... I don't think Cody's going to give it up too easy. I think we'll see a bit of a battle here.
I mean, now we're in
He's
the last
flashing?
stint. Now there's no point in letting another person by.
Yeah. This is ooh, he got into the grass a little bit there. He's going for it. And flashing. Like he's not lap traffic. That's the car.
I
That's
mean,
the position.
I'm flashing when I'm going for it as well, but this. Oh, and he's going for it already. Into double gauche, side by side. Safely done.
Yeah.
This is well. Okay, let's actually take a look then. Let's take stock. This means Cody Lionheart is now in P10. The Nissan still in the top 10.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's still mission accomplished.
Yeah, and the next person down is Tatsura, 50 seconds down. So
Yeah, I don't see him making 5 seconds per lap. Or
let's
per
take
minute.
a look. Let's take a look. No, that's not gonna work. No, that's not gonna work. Lionheart would have to get some major damage now.
Yeah.
But yeah. Also, it's not even 5 seconds. It's 10 seconds a lap at this point.
I keep looking at the race timer and thinking that's in laps because I'm smart like that.
We're at 96 laps, however. So at this point, give a clap to our broadcaster, who also has the number 96. Clap to Mentrix.
I think Discord kept the clap from showing for me, but
might as well. Kasanov spun there. It seems like a lost source, that is.
Yeah.
One of our solo drivers again for today. With the 777. I don't think we're gonna get 777 laps today, unfortunately.
No, that's 7 times 4.
Well, what we're gonna get is 100 laps, definitely 101, 102, somewhere around that ballpark.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do a 36-hour race that we would need for the 777.
Now we're just gonna do it on a smaller track, and then we don't need as many.
Ah.
I heard some wishes for races to be happening at Knockhill. There's a bit of a short track.
GT3's at Bristol, baby.
Bristol?
Yes.
Is Bristol a short track?
Yes. It's a very short track.
Let's see, Bristol Oval. Bristol Motor Speedway. Oh, is that the shortest track in the NASCAR calendar now?
I think so.
A .533 mile oval, I see. Oh!
That turn.
Yeah, that turn.
I don't know. I think that inside line has caught more people, but that turn at pit lane is a contender for meanest part of Spa. I think the Spicy Hill is still like the top dog, but
No, I mean, but everyone knows about that. That part in the pit lane, that is the meanest part. You're completely right about that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Meanwhile,
like Rodeo is it's the most dangerous part, but that's just mean.
Yes. It's cruelly designed. Yep.
They should make it a bit. They should change it a bit. You know.
Yeah.
There are a few things about Spa that rub me the wrong way. For example, how can you go so quick up that hill? They should build a chicane there.
Okay, FIA. Go home, Formula One. You're drunk.
When was that? When was that? 2002? 1? When was that? I'm currently looking. 1994 seems like they had the chicane for the F1.
That's uh that's terrible. I didn't even know about that. I just assumed it was F1.
Now they did have it for 1 year, where everyone said, "Oh, this is bad, this sucks." Um, after they had a major incident the year before. But yeah.
Ah.
But yeah, how it currently looks, the Spa track has been in this configuration roughly, except for the short part in the speakers corner where the motorcycles cut it a bit, since 2007. So that's good.
Yeah, good. Almost 15 years? 16?
Yeah. Before that, bus stop was a bit different. It was really a bus stop back then.
Mm. See, every time I hear bus stop, I think of Watkins Glen.
Yes, it used to be a bus. It used to be really a chicane like that.
Ugh.
Mm.
Yeah,
Could you imagine why they changed it to the one that is currently in use?
couldn't see why.
No, but now you see why they call it bus stop, because it actually used to be like a bus stop.
Yeah, like chicanes do exist to slow down a track.
Mm.
Bus stop, you are slowing down. I'll tell you that much. Like,
I mean, the Watkins Glen bus stop is not so bad, is it?
no, not terrible.
Like in terms of pace reduction, I mean, not really.
Yeah.
Just makes it not able to be too wide there,
Yep.
but not that much slower. So last 5 minutes, 6 minutes are on the clock right now. Let's see real quick. We have Lehman with a bit of a yellow flag for a second there. Seemed to be towards the end of the racetrack.
Yeah, I think that was just an off track.
I still love that livery.
It is pretty. And they even like they fixed it. See, it's not.
Yeah.
It don't have the scuff no more.
Yeah.
They put the stick. They got the fresh stickers out. It's all good.
Yeah. Nice. Just nice.
Yeah, it's comfy. It does kind of make me want like some Sour Patch Kids though.
Sour Patch Kids.
Like it's like a gummy candy with like the sour sugar on it.
Oh, something like that. Okay. Yeah, we have something similar, but not quite the same here. In Europania.
Yeah, I mean, you also have like the good Kinder stuff, so like we'll
like
call that
Kinder eggs.
Yeah, we'll call it karmatically even. Also, like Sour Patch Kids are kind of terrible, but that livery makes me want some.
I mean, sometimes you just want something and you don't know why.
Yeah,
so that's completely fair.
Yeah. That or cotton candy.
Oh boy!
That's a camera angle.
Once again, we see Toro Loco not quite making that corner. Oh boy.
Yeah, their setup is not treating them nicely today.
Yeah, not up Rouge Radio.
Yeah. Specifically with that amount of oversteer happening to him so frequently, it's got to be a setup thing.
But hey, we got a bit of a backmarker kerfuffle here, it seems.
Yep. Looks like Ruby Acosta coming up on Poon and Lehman.
And in front of that looks to be Tsatsura.
Back out.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think any of these folks are fighting for position with each other.
No, they're not. That's correct.
But it is it's a bit of traffic.
And
Oh,
Tetsura is yellow flagged.
Yeah, I just saw
Oh
Tetsura
boy.
being a little bit sideways there.
Let's take a look. What happened there? Getting a bit
Radiant
too
happened.
much on the curbs. Oh
Yeah.
no. Someone else went off track there as well, as I saw it, but not as heavily as Tetsura. And someone off there as well. Off Lacombe.
Yep.
Will that be rejoining right ahead? Actually, that will be Poon. Right. But yeah, Daryl Young is now on the 100 laps, so we're going to do 101 or 102. 101 is going to be started soon. Yeah, that will be the last lap. 101 laps. That's a nice number, isn't it?
Yeah, nice and symmetrical.
Yeah.
Well, Pinelli had to pit for that one, so they might get back out on track before having that end their race.
Okay, the leader is on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
There we go. Final lap for the leader.
Yep.
Daryl
Oh,
Young
Psycho Kaiser with a drive-through.
in the last lap. Oh no, that is going to mean a time penalty at the end of the race.
Oh, that hurts. I mean, they might be. Where's the? Oh no, because that's right. The finish line is farther up ahead. So even if they go through the pit, like that's gonna count it.
Interestingly, we have a battle for position on track. Polukai versus Lehmann for P13.
Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get that last minute. Let's get that last fight in. And it's my two favorite liveries. Don't make me choose. Don't make me choose. All right, here's how it's gonna work. Whoever wins, that one's my favorite. That's how we're gonna settle this.
Kids versus Marlboro.
Yeah. Do I want nicotine or sugar?
Oh boy, Polukai, that was a straight line. Are we seeing the same move as before? Yes, we are.
We did it.
That is the Daryl Young move for Polukai there.
I mean, they still got most of the lap left, and Lehman's not quite out of it. I don't know if it's appropriate to say on stream, but that is the cojones maneuver, as far as like. Oh,
I'm going to sign off on that statement. That is fair enough to say.
All right, yeah, that is gutsy.
Oh, holy hell. Polukai, again, taking the straight line through Radio. And there's two yellow flags. One for Daryl Young, who's just driving side by side with Cody Leinhardt there. Well,
They should finish.
I mean, if I was Cody Leinhardt, I would just be behind Daryl Young and not have to do another lap, innit?
Yeah.
Psycho Kaiser, oh, losing a bit out of La Source there. But yeah, it is the final lap now. Daryl Young is about to hit the finish line, I believe. Yes, he is. There's a train of riders behind him just not wanting to get past. But yeah, we have Daryl Young finishing in P1. Ben Brown is in P2, but Law is only 1.4 seconds behind that.
What?
They're almost towards the end of the track right now. I don't think this is going to be close enough.
What happened there? Where did that come from?
I don't know. However, Ben Brown managing to get P2 for Owned Racing, and Law is going to get P3 for Ryden Esports. Malaire is our best solo driver in P4, followed by Ruby Acosta, driving for Mirai United, Mirror United X Queens Design Racing.
Hovering Lexus.
There's a bit of a Lexus hovering in the background. So, I mean, we know it's holy, but
It's
yeah.
asserting dominance.
That's fair enough. Albert Church seems to be finishing in P6. Where is he? Coming up towards the back end of the racetrack right now. Is there anyone that could be dangerous to him now? Not really.
Yeah, it looks like he's got that section pretty much clear for him.
Yeah. There was also a lap ahead of Shensoi, so that's fair enough. Albert Church now in P6. Shensoi in P7. Psycho Kaiser with the drive-through. It's going to be in P9. It's going to be in P9 because Metzner's... Oh no, there's a lap between them. It depends on how long... It's 80 seconds. Okay, that is not going to be enough. So
no, that's...
P9, it is P8
yeah.
for P8 for Psycho Kaiser, P9 for Metzner. Leinhardt is P10 for... What was the name again? So many teams. I don't know the team.
I think they were HRT. At least that's what it says on the side of that Nissan.
Heartgas Racing, right. Now we have Tatsura driving alone in P11. We have Rant for CRS Racing in P12. Polo Kai for Yukai Racing in P13. Lehman for last but not least in P14. Kazanov driving alone in P15. Poinelli for Toro Loco in P16. Poon is in P17. Driving alone for the team called CUFR Dropouts. And a DNF we had from Klaus Kalampa, who I think just didn't do their drive-through in time. However, we have
Albert
two
had
plus
an
80
80 second.
penalty. Why did George get that? Did he get a drive-through penalty like on the last?
Does it happen after the race? Can you? No, you wouldn't get it after the. What? That's just weird.
That is weird. However, Sensei was not close enough to for that to matter in any case. So now we're just gonna see Poinelli and Poon come across the finish line to end the race for today. Boy,
that was I don't think that was so for a 4-hour race we didn't really have a lot of gaps where we didn't need to cover stuff. It's a pretty consistent racing happening.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, this was amazing. I think this was really an amazing race. There was always something happening. Always, there was some battle on track, some excitement to be seen. But yeah, I think this has really shown that Darrell Young is a force to be reckoned with, and the next V4H, we are going to hopefully see Wild Things battle with Queen's Design Racing, where Ainor Rose and Mia Rose are going to be battling it out at Donington. That will be in 2 months' time, about.
Ooh.
So yeah, and I will probably be looking into racing there as well myself because I love Donington. So yeah, we will see that in 2 months' time. Until then, there are a few other championships that will be broadcast on this channel, as well as where you can just participate if you join our Discord server. The link should be in the description. And so next week, I think there's going to be the tracc.eu, just normal.
Yeah, I think it's the GT Track GT. Yep.
The GT Cup. Where are they heading next? They're heading to the Lone Star T-Prix at Kota. Well, that's going to be a sight to behold.
Kota.
Yeah. It's going to be the Lone Star T-Prix, followed a week later by the V-Prix for the VTubers. and we're going to finish this year off with a few other races as well. So, if you enjoyed this stream, then um, why not drop by and talk with us in our Discord channel? In any case, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this race as much as we did here in the commentary booth. Do you have any last words, Tals?
I'll say the thing. See you on the racetrack with 2 C's. Copyright, trademark, all rights reserved.